Woohoo! Wow, I saw like a slew of 30 people, I think, show up at once. Kugat, Saya, Mustaka, D-N-I-A-T. What's up, guys? Musta, Musta, how are you? Magandang gabi, magandang umaga. Maayong buntag. Wait, maayong hapon. To Hugo, how are you, sir? DNIT, this is a memorable or SMPH. What is that? Are you still there? Oh, so what did that mean? Malaman como saya maayong muto po. You are Bisaya. You are from Bisaya. Taga-asa ka sa Bisaya. Hugo. Here, let's get some wall-to-wall background. How's that? Yeah. From Tabao, the land of Duterte. Awesome, awesome. What did that mean, DNIT? DNIAT? This is a memorable or SMPH. What did that mean? Marty! Marty, what's going on, dude? I'm late. You're still up. I see. What is it, 11:25 there? What's going on, Mr. Marty? You know, I had a rock climbing acquaintance slash friend in Southern California back in 1990. Marty. Oh, it's midnight there. So you're the same time as me? Eastern Standard Time? Oh, Kabalao means you know how to speak Bisaya. I figured, I was understanding, I thought that meant, how are you? Kumusta, sir? Kabaalo. You just misspelled it a little bit. I thought that meant, I am from Bisaya. I see. But it means you speak Bisaya. You know how to speak Bisaya. Gamay Bisaya. Konti lang. Thank you, though, for that's how I learned Tagalog and Bisaya. The difficult part is remembering, you know, what the word means. Oh, it's the same then. Okay. I didn't realize Kentucky was Eastern Standard Time. I thought that was Central. There you go. Mabuti. That's right. So, if you didn't already learn a little bit, the more... Are you fluent in Tagalog? No, you know I'm not, girl. You see girl in the mirror helps me. Everybody. Salahat. Salahat means everyone. I'm not sure what the literal translation is, but salahat is everyone. So if you see... Oh, is it really? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So if you're like in the western part of Kentucky, it's central. In the eastern, it's eastern. Yeah, sana all. Very good. Very good. Sana all means like, I want that. When someone says they have money, you say sana all. Or if they have a package, coming. You know the same como estás in Spanish? Well, como está is the same in Tagalog. They just spell it phonetically, A-M-U-S-T-A. If you said como estás fast, it sounds like como estás. Or K-A-U-S-T-A. The way you hear it. It's the way they hear it. They're very good copycats. And that's not derogatory. You know, they hear and they repeat it back. And they... Yeah, como estás? Let me turn this music down now that we're done. Did you, by the way, I might get flagged for that explosion video that I posted. I think I got flagged for that last time. I may have or may not. It was probably another video that I had before that showed some corpse out in the desert. Well, yeah, actually, sorry. Let me see if I can take care of that. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I can hear the static. 1 moment. I'm going to stop the cam just for a second. Okay. Carl. Now, oh my God, that looks like Carl. Oh, that's some... I thought I knew who that face was, Carl. No, sorry about that, bro. Marty. Okay, I'm back. I was on mute there after I unplugged. It must have automatically muted. Yeah, Carl. I have no idea who Carl is, but that's okay. I have a friend also in the USA He's willing to learn Bisaya Tagalog language, so I was helping them every night. Were you helping Kuya Joey, Hugo? I know he speaks actually Tagalog pretty fluently and learning Bisaya as well. I'm guessing that might be who you were helping. He was putting on a Tagalog Bisaya class. James! What's up, James? Is that the same person as uh, the same person as Carl, James? How are you? You didn't run in and change your your profile, James, did you? You can help me out, Marty. I thought you had a moderator status, Marty. Um, yeah, it must be the same. Can you help me out, girl in the mirror? Um, yeah. Um, well, let me make you a moderator so you can help me out with that, um, Marty. I don't have my phone with me, so bear with me. I'm uh, gonna have to go to YouTube, and it might kick me out. So just hold on a second. Wait. Let me go back. Let me put on the music so I can hear I can hear the room. If I can hear the music in my ear, this is not a laptop, so I gotta deal with um, the antiquated what's the word I'm looking for of a Xbox. The inability. Yeah. He had hair. In the one he didn't have hair, and the other one he had hair. Yeah. Hold on a second. Let me go over to YouTube. If I go black, just stay put. I'll be right back. I'm gonna try to go to YouTube and not get kicked out here. So far, so good. Oh, you know what I need to do? I probably freeze when I do that. Yes. Lot. So I just changed. Yes, I'm using a new headset now. Can you hear me? Okay. Your responses are like 15 seconds behind, so. Okay, we're good to go now. And my camera froze. Looks like oh, there's the static. It's not the headset, it's the controller. Yep, but this is better. So let's see how long this will last. Anyhow, good to go. What is tapon mo nayan dak buy new one? Is that they're cheap or you have money? Buy a new one? I'm guessing. What does that teach me, girl? What is tapon? Tapos, that means, and then yo mo is you're rich. Is it rich? Oh no, you're having another typhoon? What is tapon? Is that a derivative of tapos? Tapon mo is you. So talking about me, your nayan doc, buy a new one. I wonder if that means rich. What does tapon mean, girl? Oh, throw it in a trash can? But what does it mean, tapon mo? Lot, I can, but I don't have a gadget, and it's difficult, more difficult for me on this Xbox. But yes, I can. Let me, hold on. Let me attempt without getting log off the stage here. Log is kicked off or dropped down. Lag, log. So if you hear that expression, that's what they're saying. Hey guys, don't forget the thumbs up, the thumbs up. I only see 3. I just gave myself number 4. There's got to be more than 4 thumbs up. And thumbs up, Marty, is thumb suck. Think of it as thumb suck. And I think that's what the word is referring to. Thumb suck. If you look at the diagram of the thumbs up, it's like a thumb suck. And that's, I'm assuming, where the word thumb suck came from. Thumb suck. Maybe not, but that's how I remember. Thank you, Lot. Your jacket, Lot, is right there. There you go. Okay, you see, I succeeded without getting kicked out. Joke long. Throw in the trash can. Okay, but you didn't tell me, what does tapon mo mean? Your what? In English, your, what is tapon? Tapon mo. Lot, teach me. Ano tapon mo? Ano ay tapon mo? You're welcome. Walang anuman. Now, tapo means throw. Okay, it is. Oh, so, okay, so you just throw it away. Tapon mo is you throw it away. Throw it in the trash. You throw it in the trash. Okay. Yeah, tapos is and then, but tapon, I thought maybe was a derivative of that word, but I was wrong. So what's new, Mr. Marty? Anything? What did you do when you got home? Did you have to go back to work, or what's your agenda look like? You know what? I need to take off one ear here so I can hear myself a little better. Okay. I can hear myself a bit better now. Oh, I know basura. That's Spanish for trash. Itapon sa basurahan. Throw it in a trash can. Itapon sa basurahan. Oh, throw is itapon. Okay, so that's just short. You see, that's the Filipino shortcut for throw it away or throw it out. Tapon. Tapon mo. You throw it. See? Mo is your or you when you're speaking to somebody else. Yes, that's a nice. Yeah, actually, you know where that came from? You'll hear them say, "Hi, Jesus," and that's actually Jesus. They're saying uh, the profane JC, and the short for that is Jesus, and that's Jesus. And I've spoke to Filipinos about that. They'll deny it, but it's like, oh, it's just we just use it for, uh, you know, for for slang. And I was like, yeah, but you know where that came from? And it's a shortcut for saying JC. And I'm assuming Heis is the beginning of Jesus. I might be wrong, but it's an expression like when you're frustrated, and that's what people say when they're frustrated here in America as well. Oh, Jesus, and then the rest of it. Jesus. That's Jesus. Yeah, my Asawa and I know. I took an interest about 3 years ago, finally, maybe 2 years ago, and I started asking questions. And if you know Spanish or you know the Latin foundation vowels, a, e, I, o, u, then you can speak Tagalog and other dialects. Just pronounce all the vowels, and then learn where the accents belong. And sometimes you just need to hear somebody say it so you can repeat it. But I can sing songs in Tagalog. I don't know what I'm singing, but I can sing it. You listen to it once or twice just to hear the accent, or I mean where the accent belongs in certain words, and then practice it a few times. But I can sing. There's one that I learned. Well, if you hang around this Filipino live stream long enough, Marty, you'll pick it up. You'll see repetitive words being used, especially in chat, to represent specific things in live stream or chat, like thumbs up, um, click, um, subscribe. That's another. Dikit is the word for click or connect. So they're wanting you to connect to subscribe, and that shortcut is Dikit, Dikit, and then um, etc. Other expressions you'll see used, words, repetitive words, and then I started asking, what is that word? Or I use Google Translate. It's not always the best, but I use it as a tool. And then I'll come back in the room and ask them, is this the correct word or expression? And I copy and paste Google Translate, and they'll correct me, or they'll give me a more informal way of saying it. Right. Oh, you'll hear, um, ads, the commercials at the beginning of people's videos, is harang, Harang. It's commercial or ad. So if you see them say harang, or harang all, they're watching all of the commercials, and that's if they're monetized, you make a few more pennies if somebody watches your commercials. And if you click on the commercial, you even get more revenue. But AdSense is not a revenue maker. It's just pennies. Um, the ultimate way of making money being monetized is a few ways. Having content that people watch on a regular basis, like a TV program. And that's very hard to do. But live streaming is another way because you're listening to me now on a prolonged minute by minute basis. And it's like I've explained that before. It's like watching a video, a prolonged video, but you're watching me live. And I've got one, two, three, 4, 5 people in the room, and they're all watching also. So that's equivalent to 5 people watching my I've been on for 42 minutes. If you've been in ever since I started, you've been watching a 42-minute video. So anyways, it's a little bit better revenue, but also when you're monetized, you have the super chat and the other buttons. So you can become a member, etc. And then people start donating money, through the kindness of their heart. And that's even better. You get 70% of that, and YouTube keeps 30%. And of course, the more subscriber base you have, then you're exponentially increasing the amount of watch time, etc. So anyhow, yeah, have fun learning Tagalog. It's my biggest hurdle is memorizing. Some words stick just a lot easier than others. And and then once you learn some of the verb, subject, vowel order, if I said those right, the same applies in Spanish and in other languages where they have that structure of their sentences, and you can start kind of piecing together sentences once you learn basic questions like how much is this, and all you got to do is think of the how much is the subject, the noun, and substitute the noun at the end of that same sentence, and you can ask multiple, how much is the candy, how much is the fruit, how much is the vegetable, how much is the car, how much is the house. Yeah, so that's quite the medical terminology there, Ziad. Glycosero 3-onyl, let's see, alanyl 3-onyl phenyl glutamyl lalanyl histidyl hist Luceroglyco. I remember in EMT school, we were learning the basics in medical terminology, and the teacher would present a word to us up on the board or whatever, and we'd all have an attempt to pronounce it. Anti-disestablishmentarianism. Anti-disestablishmentarianism. Yeah. Abkadefgid Jekyllmanop Quirstuvwixes. Have you heard that on Sesame Street, Marty? Did you ever watch? Are you old enough to remember the reruns of Sesame Street? Those are my kids' era, back in the 80s and 90s. That's the alphabet. That's the entire alphabet said in one word. Abkadefgi Jekyllmanop Quirstuvwixes. In $100, isn't it? YouTube amazing. Yeah, you see, Girl in the Mirror. I was going to actually comment on when I was talking about revenue. I was going to use Girl in the Mirror as an example. She's been doing it. How long have you been doing it? Like 5 years, girl, or longer? And she has how many subscribers? Like 15,000. And just having 15,000 subscribers, or I forget how many. I think that's about how many she has. And she does live streams and uh, just various shorts, multiple shorts, and she gets an ongoing income of about $100 a month or more. And in the Philippines, that's 5,000 pesos, and that's a big help. Yeah, 3 years. Okay, 17,000. Right, right. So even though that isn't a whole lot here in America, that's gas money. I mean, that's $100 a month, like clear $100 a month. That's after YouTube takes 30% and you get the 70%. So you have to make $130 to get $100. And when you reach that $100, um, uh, what's the word I'm looking for? You can cash out your AdSense every $100. Yeah, it's like having a month. She gets a monthly salary. Yep. Yeah, that's what I remember you telling me that. You were telling me you got 200 one month. And I was like, gosh, that was more than what I was making here in America. But it's no different. It's US dollars in the Philippines. So and then how does it appear in your AdSense, girl? In Philippine pesos, or is it 100 US dollars and then you take it down and convert it, or do they convert it for you on YouTube since you're in the Philippines? Yeah, that's 10,000 pesos, right? Yeah, that's good. That's good money. Yep. Especially in the Philippines. Oh my gosh. Shop. What's up, shop? Shopkeeper is in Romania. He's got quite yeah, that's the average. I always use 50. Even if it's 55 or if it's 45, I always use 50. 50 is the standard. Oh, it's already when you get it in the bank. Automatic deposit, right? That's what it was. Yeah, when you cash out, it's automatic deposit in the bank. Yep. Well, good for you, girl. Um that's encouraging, especially for somebody in the Philippines, because that helps a lot. Closer. You sound like the guy in San Francisco that I met under a different name. Well, it suddenly struck me I might start with a smile on my face after all. Oh, I didn't know that. There's a guy from San Francisco that, um, whether he's legit or not with his stories, but he's is off the wall, and we just let him ramble and just laugh and get amazed on how um, what he comes up with his imagination. Okay, where did you go? Shop? Are you over in Marianne's live stream? I forget his name. He hasn't been in a while. I haven't seen him in a long time, but he's got some deranged medical issues that he claims is uh, authentic, and he can meld into different forms, like the Terminator. What was that? Whatever that uh, guy that could take the form of anything that he touched or any person that he touched. He became liquid and all of a sudden melded into somebody else. This image. Well, this guy in San Francisco, yeah, can do that, and he kind of weaves that together with um, Jesus Christ, and it's just way out there. He's like, what? But he said this kind of something similar to the lyrics, and that was, um, uh, the one before he said, "Girlfriend's in a coma. I know, it's serious." He says things like that. Some serious remarks that he claims, is something he experienced or is experiencing, and then he just goes off the wall. So I don't know Scott McKenzie's San Francisco. Shop is pretty impressive. When you hear his voice, you obviously know, he's from a foreign country. He's got an accent. He's from Romania, but his English texting is quite good. Mistakes here and there, but he asks a lot of questions, and he's a great receptive student when it comes to English. And he asks a lot of why questions, or yeah, why is it this instead of this? And he'll give you an English question, and sometimes he stumps me. I can't answer it correctly because I forget my English. And he does a lot of research, obviously using Google to learn about American history. It's pretty impressive. Every once in a while, we get somebody in the room that starts talking about something that is of interest of Shopkeeper, and I can tell just by the way he's texting. He's like, his eyeballs must be this big, because he's asking this person, "Oh my gosh, do you live in this part of New York?" And he starts. You can tell his memory of New York all of a sudden comes out, and he starts quizzing this guy. We had a guy in here that had a restaurant, a family-owned restaurant, and he was talking about, I think, movie stars that visited the restaurant or the location, and he had heard, a shopkeeper had heard of this. Correct me if I'm sure I'm wrong, shopkeeper, but that one visitor I had in the room that owned the restaurant, his family owned the restaurant, and you were asking him some really cool historic questions about his restaurant. Yeah, no problem, shop. It's you. I'm complimenting you that your your vocabulary of the English language is quite impressive. Yeah. Yeah, that's true, Marty. Especially in today's uh, social media world, and the I call it Facebook English. Oh my gosh, that drives me nuts. It's like writing incorrectly is acceptable, and everybody's supposed to know how to interpret run-on sentences. No, you're absolutely correct about that comment. Hey, is that also a song lyrics? Closer? Is that a song lyric, or is that just from the old movie you had seen? Yeah, that's right. That's right. You see, I knew you would remember. That's kind of depressing, though. That if that is a song lyric, and I was going to comment on that. If you ever read lyrics of songs, most of them are just so depressing, and yet people really identify, and they use the excuse or uh, the not the excuse, but they legitimize the song because of the way it sounds. And it is. So a lot of songs are like really inspiring, but then you look at the lyrics and you read the lyrics and you're like, oh my gosh, what a lyrics like, when I'm lying in my bed, I think about life and death, and neither one particularly appeals to me. It's like, that's horrible. It's like, what a what a thought. But yet when you put it to lyrics and music, and it's like listening to a Beatles song, or um, the 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 sinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald. It can be very alluring and capturing. Music can be. And then when you read the lyrics and read the story, you realize it's about the the death of an entire ship of people that sank to the bottom, and it's it's like just horrible, just a depressing story. But people, identify with that type of stuff. And I've learned. I was raised in music. I was a percussionist, and I had a hard time listening to lyrics and understanding what they were saying. It was probably a good thing because I didn't miss much. And now that I look back at some of these songs I used to listen to, and I actually read them, and there are so much more beautiful songs out there where when you read the lyrics, they are just so inspiring and hopeful and just full of light. And it's and that's where my focus goes now. Is I'm learning contrary to the way I was raised and the songs I was raised in. And yet those songs continue today. And people identify with them, they love them, and they become big hits and top 10 and on the charts and all of the above. And yet when you look at the lyrics, they're just miserable. You could, yeah, anyways. Even sad songs, it's like there's a lot of sad songs out there, because songs tend to be written about experiences that people are going through, and they're not good. They're just it's like, but yet but it attracts and it appeals because it touches other people that are going through the same thing. And it's like, I've learned a different concept now, Marty, if I may, and that is, how, pray tell, are you to get away from a problem or an issue or a stronghold that you're having, that you're currently going through, or maybe that you went through and now it's still lingering and you're going through it today? How, pray tell, are you going to get away from it if you keep talking about it or writing lyrics about it and singing it? Think about that. The program that I've been involved in for 17 years takes a 180-degree approach to that. It's biblical. You leave those things behind you and you go forward towards the solution, which is the truth. That's what's going to help you. The truth is going to help you, not what broke you. So you forget those things. You don't bring those war stories up in conversation anymore. You learn through a curriculum how to forget those things, and something else replaces that up here. Because when you start changing the way a person thinks, you change the way they act. That alone is biblical. Imagine that. Like God knew what he was doing with the humans he created. You don't keep talking about it, yet secular, I'm going to use that word, secular programs use that approach. AA, for example, Alcoholics Anonymous. First thing you do when you walk in the door, you sit in a circle in a group and you introduce yourself and you tell them what brought you there to the program. And it's like the first thing, you're there to help to get away from that. But the first thing out of your mouth is you're talking about it. What? And that seems to be what's the word I'm looking for? That's a theme there at those self-help programs or those government self-help programs, is you talk about your issue with others that are going through the same thing you are. It's like, what? So that whole concept with music is the same way. I used to be a musician, and like I said before, and yet you'll hear in social media and media and in the past, the present, and in the future, you'll hear people, musicians, talk about writing about their experiences, their days before. And yet, how are you going to get that out of your head if it's constantly coming out of your mouth? You're an alcoholic. Man, I want a second opinion. Doc, you're ugly though. Wait, let me read that again. Man goes to his doctor. So what's wrong with me, Doc? Doc says, you're an alcoholic. Man, I want a second opinion. Doctor says, you're ugly too. Oh, okay. I had to read who was saying that. It's the doc. I want a second opinion. Okay, you're ugly too. Let me read. Yeah, that's pretty depressing. They're closer. And we use words really without knowing what the definition of words is. Like natural. People say, if the day came when I felt a natural emotion. Okay, let's stop there. Describe to me what natural is. Comes from the word nature, right? What is natural? What was our natural emotion? In other words, it's an original emotion. That was natural. Where did that come from? What's a natural emotion? And when you dissect and define that, you'll find out that natural means something that was first, something that was created. And we weren't created with a broken emotion. You see, so if you had a natural emotion, you wouldn't be lying down in the middle of the street and die. It's like a oxymoron, what you just wrote, but you really didn't even realize you wrote it because people use the word natural. Like our natural emotion that is implying that our natural emotion is lying in the middle of the street and dying. That it would bring you to the point of lying in the street and dying. No, actually, it would be quite the opposite. In the beginning, everything was good. Everything was very good. There was no death and dying. There was no time. There was eternity. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah, not to put a dent in the, but just I've just learned so much more in 17 years that it makes so much more sense, overwhelmingly convincing sense that it, yeah, it's so much. It's so easy for me to dissect and define what people say and educate them otherwise, or at least try to. We've taken so many words that were original, original words, and we use them today and have bastardized them, corrupted them to the point of them now being used in a derogatory sense and harmful towards somebody else. An example of a word like that is pervert. What's the first thing that comes to your mind when you see the word pervert, right? And yet the word, if you look at the original definition of that word, it's like sad that we use it the way we use it today. It applies in an indirect way to the way it's being used today, but it doesn't mean that. It's not correct. As a matter of fact, the word itself was perverted to take on the definition it is used more commonly today as. That is the correct way of using the word pervert. The word itself is perverted. It's corrupted. And now they use it as an adjective to describe somebody. And you start saying that kind of word here on, anywhere in society, you'll get people it'll turn people's heads in a negative connotation, whereas the word itself is nothing to do with that. Really, it wasn't used to hurt somebody. The word is when something is used out of its original purpose. Anything. You can pervert a hammer, you can pervert anything. That's just an example of, we now use words that are just, they mean one and only one thing. And you'll get ripped apart in prison if prisoners learn that you were one as we use it today. Anyhow, I went off on a tangent about that. I guess closer. I'm trying to turn the comments that closer is coming up with, adding some light to it. What you mean? His last in the if the day came when I felt unnatural and wish I did a shock, probably lie in the middle of the street and die. How far away are you from Cynthiana, Marty? Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just, like I said, I'm commenting just off the cuff about anything. Yeah, it was 2013 that I finished my Mitsubishi turbocharge project. And, oh, like 40, 50 minutes? Okay. Um, and I drove to Ottawa to get the tune from the tuner that helped me with this build. And then from there, I started making my way back down across or down the transcontinental highway in Canada, down into Michigan. And I shared already about some of the speed bumps I ran into getting across the border. And then, yeah, all the way down into San Diego, California. And along that route, I went through Cynthiana, Kentucky, and met another guy, young kid or younger kid, that was a Mitsubishi enthusiast as well, and that was helping me online. And so I met him in Cynthiana, Kentucky. He let me stay overnight in his house. And then I woke up the next morning, went out to breakfast with him. A place called Ezekiel, I think. It was a biblically themed health food, like sandwich type restaurant. And I believe it was called Ezekiel's sandwiches or something. And yeah, all the menu items, were scripture, some part of scripture. And yeah, and then I continued, yeah, west from there. Oh, Cynthiana is Harrison County. Really cool drive through there. Really nice, rolling green hills. A lot of historic colonial homes, I think. Just really pretty. I remember the rolling, undulating, drives over the hills and over the mountains and through the woods to Cynthiana, Kentucky I go. Yeah, I had never been there either until I got directions to this guy's house. Hodgkinville and Bardstown. Cool. Well, I wonder if I'm ever going to get a chance to do the drive again. I say the drive because oh, I didn't know that. Hodgenville. Okay. Not Hodgkin. Hodgenville. It's the birthplace of Lincoln. That's right. Born in Kentucky, raised in Illinois, right? Or something to that effect. Oh, there's shopkeepers' questions again. Harlem, good old Harlem. I know there's Harlem, New York. I didn't know there's a Harlem, Georgia. Oh, they did. Yep, figures. Cool. Super cool. Right, right. Didn't he get raised by his grandfather or some not his dad? I forget the story. And then had the opportunity to go to school and did his studies, and I'm trying to remember. Oh, Oliver Hardy. See, you always impress me, Shop. You just done your homework. You know, you're not the only person to have an affinity for United States um, history. Even the Iraqi pilot that I worked with over in Iraq in 2004, 2005. You know, he's a Muslim Iraqi ex-Iraqi Air Force pilot, um, and yet he said when I think of America, what comes to his mind is Christmas, the Christmas tree, and the gifts, and John Denver and Country Road. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it's like, what are the chances? Got an Iraqi pilot from Baghdad, working for the United States military as an interpreter with the 123 Marines at Fob Heat next to the Euphrates River in Al Anbar province. And I'm drinking coffee and eating yogurt and dates and munchies, coffee and tea with him every night about 8:30 p.m. And we would just talk, and he would share with me, his personal life, and it was just that was one of the stories he told me. I know, that's so cool. It really is, Shop. It like makes at least this American's heart, just like do this when I hear, you know, people that dream of being in my shoes, not literally in my shoes, but, in America. And that, just like living vicariously in America through your history, studies, right? Dreaming about America through the movies you watch, through the figures you study about, and the history you learn. You know more about American history than probably most Americans do. I'm telling you. That's another one, Marty, right? The Oliver Hardy was part of Laurel and Hardy, right? Yeah, you see? See there? You're not the first person and not the last. There's so many people. Marty and I were talking about that. What the mindset of an American is today compared to the mindset of somebody in Romania that dreams about being an American one day, or coming to America. And yet we got Americans that are just complaining and wanting to go to Thailand and the Philippines to get away from our government, where they're just so misled and misfed. They just don't know. They don't understand what they have. And they're just letting media infect their minds. And they're a sheep. I tell my 19-year-old, don't become one of those sheep, and just get infected with fake news. And then they become woke. I guess that's a term now that I barely even know what it means, but I do, but I don't want to know. It's like, please, just go to the Philippines. You know what I tell them? Take a weapon and hold a post on the rooftop at Fob Heat in Iraq for 7 months. You want to get on your knees and kiss the ground where you live right now? Go hold a post at Fob Heat in Iraq for 7 months. There you go. Yeah, I know, Shop. There's the people that you hear about in the media, coming across our borders, our southern borders, to get to America. They're doing the same thing. You know, they're escaping a lifestyle that is threatening their life, and they just want to get away. Why do you think people came and discovered and established the United States of America? They did the same thing. They left a tyrannical leader in England, and thank God for those people. Yeah. I don't even know what the original meaning. I'm sure you could tell me, Marty, but it's just, yeah, it's just another. It's like people talk about, uniting Americans. Well, develop an organization called woke, or a organization called BLM, Black Lives Matter, or you fill in the blank. Give it any title you want. You want separation of people? Develop more of those programs, those groups for people. Watch separation occur exponentially. Ain't gonna bring people together. It's not gonna unite anybody. They become their own little clique and they separate themselves and they form. It doesn't make sense. It's like they don't even know what they're doing. Yeah, a Shop, lived it, or he's living still, in Romania. How old are you, shopkeeper? You're 40, you're in your young 40s, 42, 43, something like that. How many brothers and sisters do you have, Marty? Is your dad around 50 years old, or still in his 40s? Or that's why I ask you about your siblings. If you have three or four brothers and sisters, then your dad's probably, mom and dad are probably in their 50s. Yeah, oh, that's right. Okay, 40. Yeah, he'll be 40 November 22nd. Ah, 10 years older. There you go. 59. Gotcha, gotcha. Yep, I'll be dang. So you were a late baby. Not being personal, but are you the product of a divorced mother or father and then remarried, and now your brother is your half brother by any chance? Or was it just one of those 10 years apart babies? My children are unfortunately, part of that. My first two kids are from a prior marriage, and now my son is, after I remarried. Yep, 62. I was born in 62. Um, oh, I gotcha. Oh, so I was right about that's why you're 10 years apart. Oh, I gotcha. I understand. Okay, I got it. So is it the same mom and dad as your brother? Or this was just a fling back then, and then dad got remarried? Or not ever remarried, and then he got married later on? Gotcha. Yeah, gosh, everybody has their story. Yeah, we have the same mom. Okay. He's your help. I gotcha. Okay, so dad is stepdad. Gotcha. Yep. Right. Correct. So, just to create conversation, and you can elaborate if you want, but so what do you think of the girl in Australia? That was your first time meeting? Is that going to continue, you think? Or again, just creating conversation? Yeah, well, that's good. I like that. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Just a brother from another father, not a brother from another mother. Uh, yeah, only in specific like sentences or situations, shop. When you're talking about getting, a girl pregnant before marriage, you'll hear the word wedlock used. Um, you'll hear that word used, but otherwise you won't hear that word used very much because you really can't apply it to other situations. Only when somebody was born before somebody was married, you're going to hear, he was born out of wedlock. I think that's a good explanation. Okay. It's going great. We were planning on filing the paperwork for the. Oh, so you're going to bring her here? Yeah. That's right. Yeah, I actually helped my elderly friend do the same with a girl from the Philippines, but unfortunately, it wasn't a bad relationship or one of those, trying to take advantage of him or anything. She just got cold feet and decided, no, I don't think that's the best thing for me, and had to politely step out of it. But I helped when I brought him over to the Philippines. We actually went and got the passport photos taken, and got the application and her signatures and started that K1 visa, the K1 application while we were there in the Philippines. And then he filed it once we were here in the United States. And it took about a year, year and a half. And then she got the appointment to go to the consulate for the interview. And that's when she decided not to go through with it. So it never happened. But he is currently married to another girl, a lady in General Santos City down in Mindanao as we speak. He's 84 years old. Yeah, 85. I think he's 85. She comes from a Western country. If she was Filipino, that would be a different story. Yeah. Yeah, it's easier coming to America in Australia as opposed to Philippines. It's just money. Money that Filipinos can't come up with usually, if they want to visit the United States, and it's a longer process. Um, but then again, if you're doing the financing, then actually, even in the Philippines, Marty, when I was helping my elderly friend file that paperwork, it actually was moving along. It was kind of fitting into that same time frame, year and a half to 2 years. Yeah. Well, that's cool. Has she ever been to America? Gotcha. Yeah. Oh, no way. Aw. Was this before you went over to see her? She came and saw you? Was that her first? I'm full of questions. I'm just creating conversation. Was that her first visit in the States? Was when she came to see you? And is she younger than you, or same age, or older than you? I keep slouching here. See if I can screw up the focus one more time. Hold on, I'm going to focus on my hand here. Sorry, I got to do this routine. There we go. Ah, she's older than you. Oh my goodness. That's even better. Oh, that's cool. So how tall are you? And how tall is she? And that was her first time. Oh, I gotcha. Okay, okay. 28 is a beautiful age. Oh, so you're like my height. And oh, perfect. Did I tell you um, did I tell you the story about my wife and I when we first met online? And it was before, well, webcams were out, but we didn't have one. The external webcams that you mount on your monitor. And so we were just exchanging pictures and chatting and talking on the phone. So, uh, yeah, it was, the first meeting, chatting back and forth, sharing pictures, and then, so how tall are you? And I said, oh, I'm 5'10". Oh, you're tall. Well, how tall are you? She says, I'm 5'2". Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, as a matter of fact, you were there, so you stood out like a sore thumb. You were one of the tallest people in the airport, right? I was. I'll tell you my story now that we're talking about it. A few stories, kind of in reverse order. But so I'm married to my wife, or no, I just met her. I'm in California. She's in New Jersey. She was already here in the United States. I think I told you. And she was working as a nurse, and I was a paramedic in California. Actually, I was a paramedic up in Oregon, but anyhow, and I was back in California when I met her. Anyway, I'm confusing the whole story. And so we're online chatting with each other, and I ask her how tall is she. She says I'm 5'2", and I'm like, oh, okay. And so we continue, and we talked with each other for like 2 months or so, and then she offered to fly me to Philadelphia and pay my way, and I was like, cha-ching, I'm all over that. So I let her fly me to Philly, and she picked me up. Her aunt got a comp expression, a gambling expression for um, a comp room at the Trump, speaking of Trump, the Trump Plaza here in Atlantic City. I'm like 10 miles off the beach from there. And so we got a room, and she picks me up at the airport, and um, she was here in 1998, I believe, and I met her in 2000. So she had been here 2 years. Yeah, right around there. Was it 95? She get here in 95 or 98? Wait, I'll tell you. She was 29 and I was 39. So if I was 39, um, that was, and she was 29. Let's see. She was born in 72. Um, so she got here in, let's see. No, she wasn't 29. That's when I met her. I think she was here 22 years before that. So 27 would be 1990. I think she got here in 98. I believe that's correct. And then I met her in 2000. Yeah, so I think she'd been here 2 years working as an RN. She was part of a, um, what do you call it, hiring agency liaison program that the United States had with the Philippines, as far as registered nurses, registered nursing program, a BSN program. And once the once the class graduates in the Philippines, the human resource, for example, of a hiring agency here in the United States, they stay in touch with each other, and then they give them a list of the graduates, and it's a placement program, and they start placing the the graduating class. Oh, there goes my battery. There in the Philippines, and placing them in jobs here in the United States. So it's quite the opportunity if you have the money, which her family did, to be a part of. And they graduate with their BSN, Bachelor's in Science, in Nursing, and they bring them here to the United States. And I'm sure I remember asking my wife about that. They had to pay for the paperwork part of that process, the visa application, and all the funding that goes along with that, which is quite expensive, at least for Philippines. And then, but everything else is taken care of. and they actually placed them um, in an apartment or living. Sorry, I gotta get this focus correct. Let me take this background off. Hold on. There, good enough. They actually give them a room and board when they get here in the United States. Yeah, they are. They're everywhere here in the United States. They put American workers to shame, and that's no lie. I've seen it too many times, and my wife is no exception. You know, they run circles around the American employees, and without the complaining that I've experienced personally, you know, American workers and, you know, wanting this and that and so on and so forth. Especially they belong to a union, and then yeah, the rest is history. Um, so, anyways, back to my wife and her height. Let me get rid of this background real quick. So I'm 5'10", she's 5'2", and there we go. I think I'll just leave it. Ooh, excuse me. Give me a second here. So fast forward, we get married, and I actually flew to the Philippines to Iloilo and met her mom and dad and got married in 2002. So she was already, she wasn't a citizen yet when I met her. She was still on her green card. And actually, I was with her when she got sworn in down in San Diego, downtown San Diego. They had I think there was like 300 or 500. Gosh, this focus isn't the best. People in that citizenship group, and they had countries from all over the world in this courtroom being sworn in, and it was quite the event to experience and be a part of, to watch my wife. And so anyhow, we're married now, and had a child, my son, and he's starting to get taller, and we're starting to measure each other, like, oh, look, honey, he's almost as tall as you now. And so, it's the typical stand up and get back to back with each other, see how tall you are now, and so then the tape measure comes out, and I've got it right here. So I get the tape measure out, and I stand them against the door, and I start measuring. I put the mark on the door, and then I mark my wife, and I mark my son, and he's, still, 4 inches shorter than she is, or thereabouts. And then my mark is way up here. And so after everybody got their mark on the door, she goes back to the kitchen. She's cooking something. My son sits down at the table on his computer, and I'm over at the door with the tape measure, and I'm measuring everybody. And I measure my son. He's like 4 feet 8 inches at the time. And then, in my head, I'm thinking, my wife's 5'2". So I take the tape measure and I measure up to her mark, and I'm looking at the tape going, and I looked and went, honey, and I get her attention in the kitchen, and she turns, and I go, how tall are you? And she said, 5'2". I said, no, you're not. I'm like looking at the tape, and she's like, yes, I am. I said, no, you're not. And she's like, how tall am I? I said, you're 4 feet 11 3/4. She goes, "Nuh-uh." I said, "Oh, yes, you are." so, so every time I hear a Filipina tell me when I ask them, "How tall are you?" and they tell me they're 5'2", I go, "Are you sure? Are you sure about that?" And I find that through the years of meeting and talking with these Filipinos on live stream, whenever I ask them, "So how tall are you?" the most common answer a Filipina will tell me is, "Oh, I'm 5'2". And I'm like, "Yep, there it is again." I'm like, "Liar." "No, no, no, I was just at the doctor's office." And if they tell me that, I'm like, "Okay, that's a little more assuring." But more often than not, the Filipino women will say, "Oh, I'm 5'2". It's like, "Are you sure?" And then I tell them my wife's story. So now my son is 5'8", 5'8", and my wife's still 4'11" and 3/4. So he towers over her now. So ah, yeah, no kidding. I remember I was kind of like behind the curve in 10th, 11th grade. And then when I turned 17 and into 18 after high school is when I sprouted, kind of same as you. And my final height was 5'10". But now when I go in the doctor's office, they're measuring me at like 5'9.5", about what you said you are. And of course I'm going, "No, I'm not. I'm 5'10". I've been 5'10" all my life. "Well, you're 5'9.5" now, so gravity or whatever. Yeah. Well, I still got a little bit of coffee left. Actually, I got quite a bit of coffee left. Shop, are you still there? How tall are you? I think you're like 5'7", 5'8". Um, Shopkeeper. I think Shop's name is Robert. Yeah, they do. Yeah, but I was 5'10". Matter of fact, I got my IDs in my bedroom in the pants pocket. But on my military ID, I'm 5'10". On my license, the here in New Jersey, I'm 5'10". But they don't measure you. They just ask you in that application. Yeah, I was in the best shape of my life when I joined the military. That was, I mean, extremely helpful. They still whip me into shape even more than I was, but actually, no. My rock climbing circles, that's what kept me in shape. It wasn't the military. Military just had basic military requirements. They call them BMR. And one of the requirements was also physical fitness. And you had to um, maintain you had to fit, depending on your age, of course, the older you get, the slower you get. And depending on your age, you had to make sure you fit in that range in your times, in your physical fitness, in your tests, your testing, and so on. So you just had to make sure, and it was very lenient. It wasn't like the Marine Corps, and it was actually quite inexcusable to not pass your physical fitness requirements. Whenever they had them throughout the year. Um, but my rock climbing in the civilian world is what kept me in the condition I'm in, or the weight and the fitness, you know, that I'm in. Well, the fitness is no longer like it used to be 10 years ago, but um, yeah, 10 years ago, I was in the best shape of my life at 53 years old. And the military was just kind of an extension of the shape I was already in, and that helped me big time, to keep up with, uh, for instance, when I went to Iraq and then I met these young, younger Marine battalion, and the kids were just amazingly fit beyond, from a medical standpoint, and I'm the corpsman, one of their medics, and I did assessments and put them through the, assessments before we went to Iraq, and just the physical exams we gave them was just jaw dropping. It was, I was just like, you know, I might be in shape, but these guys are elite athletes. I mean, no kidding. They were amazing what they could do with their, the size that they were. It was just crazy. When I got back from Iraq, I really wasn't any thinner than I was when I left. um, Maybe I was a little bit lighter, but I think I was actually kind of heavy when I went in when I got deployed. I think I was like at 170, and my rock climbing weight, um, like my ideal rock climbing weight was like 162 to 165. It was like I kept track of that. If I could get down to 162, I could get really strong and throw my body around. But I think I went in at like 170, and when I got back, I was in kind of the lower 160, and you could see it in my face, you could, and we didn't eat bad when we were there. It was actually, we had access to way too much junk. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the average is. I know males tend to be taller. Um, I'd guess maybe even like an inch more for men, 5'5", 5'6". Just a guess. Marty, this is just the exception, but through my 22 years of being married, in the Philippine family circle, um, the holidays are always a big occasion to party and have family and friend gatherings over at a Filipino's home. Whether it's a birthday, it's like they as they're always looking for any opportunity to have a celebration, whether it's All Saints Day or somebody's birthday or Halloween or Christmas or this or that or that or that or that or that. It's like anything they can celebrate, they throw a party. Boat regatta, music regatta, whatever, historic day. And are you sure? Are you sure about that, girl? Are you sure you're 5'4"? Like, absolutely sure. Did the doctor tell you that? Or when's the last time you were actually measured? You notice I'm questioning her big time. You're 5'4"? Are you sure? Are you sure? Now I've seen pictures of your Asawa, and yeah, he looks taller. He looks 5'8". Um, on that note, Jamie, um, Marty, yes, I'm sorry, Asawa is husband. Correct. You'll hear that over and over and over. And it's not masculine or feminine. It can mean husband or wife. As you, if you don't already know, that's one of the common mistakes you will hear a Filipino struggle with is he and she. It's just because they don't have that differentiation, although they do in some words, depending on what the word is. But generally speaking, there's no differentiation between that. Yeah. Although, the Spanish words for um, Lolo and Lola, there is a differentiation, feminine and masculine, the A and the O. But when you're referring to him or her, yeah, it depends, I guess, on the word and the usage. Right. Correct, girl. That's what we're discussing. Where you can say Lolo or Lola, and those are two distinct, different adjectives, names, proper nouns for, you know, grandma and grandfather. But anyways, yeah. Oh, so what was I saying? Um, I was going to say, through my travels in the Filipino families, particularly during the holidays, we used to gather over at her sister's house or her brother and my brother-in-law's house, and have Christmas, or they'll do the cooking over there, and everybody brings, a dish. And there was a family visiting from the Philippines, and I walked in to the kitchen, and they're all sitting at the dining room table, and everybody got up to greet me, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm looking up at them, and I went, holy moly. And they're like, yeah, we know. We're a tall Filipino family. And they were all, I'm telling you, maybe not mom, but all the boys were over 6 foot. Dad, son, two sons. The girls were like 5'10". And I was like, holy moly. The whole family, the whole family were like 6 foot family, Filipino. And I was like, wow. Now you don't see that very often. What is it? I'm sorry, Jamie. As they should. You're extremely special. I'm sorry, I missed the context of what I was saying, or Jamie again. You're from where again? I'm confused. Um, you've told me a gazillion times, I'm sure, but I'm drawing a blank. Oh, I got you. They stood up when you entered the kitchen. Yeah, well, that's like a natural, um, uh, response when somebody you don't know, walks into the um, house, etc. Oh, I'm not special. I'm just better than I deserve. Praise God. Dave Murdoch. What's up, DM? Gloucester, Massachusetts, hometown. That's right. Gosh, see? You're that person. That's right. You told me that. There you go. I gotcha. From Gloucester, Massachusetts. You're still there in Pensacola? How was the weather, by the way, when hurricane went through? My daughter relocated to the west, I mean, the east side there in uh, what you call it, Florida, and her home survived. It didn't have any issues whatsoever, they said. Just kind of down branches and trees, here and there. Cleanup process around the streets and stuff, but no water damage or anything in their house. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I am off the subject, but just something to talk about. Um, I got my uh, trailer hitch installed. I let U-Haul, paid U-Haul to install this, third-party trailer hitch, and that went without a hitch, badoomsh, and got done quicker than I expected, just a couple hours. And then when I picked it up, I drove it home, and uh, yeah, who was that? That was one death at one's elbows. Um, but when I got it home, I hook it up to the trailer. I'm assembling everything for the first time, making sure that the height of the ball is correct. It was a little bit high, about inch and a half too high, so I flipped the ball mount upside down and remounted the ball, and now it's pretty much level. And yeah, I mean, if you want to pay someone else to do it, of course, you're going to pay a little more than anybody hopes, but they charge about $130 to have it installed. Now that's and then the parts, um, of course, are the other expensive part of that. But the actual install was about, I think I figured it was like $130, and that was 2 hours of labor, so that wasn't bad. Um, Makuli, yeah, that's where did you read that? What kind of question is that? Um, oh, you're talking about death at one's elbows. Yeah, makulit is oh my gosh, you see that all the time, and I forgot. What does Google say it means? Naughty. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, mischievous or naughty. Yeah. I thought that was oh, that's rude. Isn't rude Basto? Basto? Where did you get that word from, Marty? Or was it just a memory in your vocabulary that you learned? So anyhow, I I gotcha. If yeah, so I get home from U-Haul, and I'm matching everything together and plugging in the harness into my trailer, into the plug, and then I go up and I actually, when the car was running already, and I looked at the lights weren't on. So I went, oh yeah, I have the lights in the auto mode, so in it's daytime, so the lights aren't on. So I changed that, took it out of auto and put it on headlights, and that's when the trailer should, illuminate. And I looked back and no lights, and I just went, ah, okay. Well, I had a few. I've kind of got some ground. I know how to fix it. I just haven't done it. It's a fold-up trailer, and because of that, and grounding directly to the trailer is the wrong way to ground the lights. But that's the way they are right now, and so I have an issue sometimes with the continuity being broken because of the trailer. And so I thought, okay, now I got to jiggle the trailer or play with the connection to make sure the lights, to make the lights go on, which is what I had to do before. And that didn't work. So I did, I troubleshot the best I could and came up blank. And I thought, okay, instead of trying to figure out the issue myself, I just, paid 400 plus bucks parts and labor, for the trailer hitch and the harness. Actually, it wasn't even a harness. There's already a harness, OEM harness on the car, and all you do is you buy the the plug and play um, piece for 13 bucks. To connect the OEM harness on the Cadillac to the trailer. So I thought, I just got it done, and they're still open, so I'll just drive back there and tell them, hey guys, did you check to see if there was even power coming out of your work? And apparently they didn't, because there's not only no power, well, there was no power from, well, it was confusing to them, because when I was there, the kid who now is filling in for the mechanic that did the install, he already went home. The young kid plugs in the tester, just a plug and play tester that tells you whether the blinkers, the tail light, and the running lights are operating. And that was showing no power coming directly from the Cadillac harness. So I'm like, really? No power from the car? I just bought it off the lot. And even though it's used, it, there's, it didn't look like the previous owner even used it, the trailer. He didn't even have a trailer hitch installed. So I'm going to assume he didn't use the OEM connector. But he's showing. I actually looked at it as well, and there's no lights showing, so hence no power coming from that plug. So now I've got this trailer hitch installed, and there's no power coming from my car, apparently. Well, um, time for your colonoscopy. Wait, Dr. Hoffman, you haven't been here in a while. You asked that same question last time he was here. Dr. Hoffman, Marty needs to be circumcised. Must be the same circumcision dude that um, came in earlier under a different name. So um, anyhow, so now the why doesn't why doesn't my car have power to the trailer harness? And so everyone's looking at all the fuses and going down that rabbit hole, and it's coming up empty. All the fuses are good. Why is there no power? Yeah. Um, and so they said, well, we needed a little bit. It's closing time that day, so if we can you leave it overnight? Well, there's a mechanic coming in at noon tomorrow, and we'll continue to troubleshoot for you. Okay. So I left the car there. I had my son come and pick me up. And so I get a phone call the next day, and they said, oh, we found the problem. Um, Apparently, there is power coming from your terminals on that plug, but when we test it with the ground, we're coming to the conclusion that it's a bad ground wire. So I said, so there is power coming from the plug, but it's a bad ground wire. And they said yes. And I went, okay. And it was kind of confusing, but I thought, all right, well then, I just bought the car, so I'm going to make an appointment with, they said we could bypass that plug and just wire it directly to your taillights if you want to do that, which is what they did. Terry, go ahead. I'll take the bait. What do you need? So I'm not expecting a legitimate question that he's about to ask, but or request, but I'll say go ahead. So I make an appointment with Cadillac, and I called the service department. They said, yeah, I don't see why your plug isn't working. There's no need for any additional fuse or anything that I know of, but we'll take a look at it for you. And I said, okay, thanks. So I'm supposed to bring it in tomorrow or today. And so in the meantime, I drive the car home, and with no power, quote unquote, to that plug. And I get my voltmeter, out, and I'm not quite sure what I'm doing, but from what I can see, I'm getting power readings from those terminals. And I thought, okay, well, that confirms what they told me, minus the bad ground wire. So I was like, well, where's the ground wire go? And I kind of try to trace it underneath the mat in the back, and the hatch where the spare tire, is located. And I find the ground pretty quickly up against the side of the quarter panel of the car, inside the car. So I look at that, and it looks pristine, brass, brand new, no corrosion. But I go ahead and unscrew it, detach it, wipe it off, scrub it off, reattach it, and tighten it back down, and decide to plug the plug and play harness back into the trailer and see if I have lights. And it's like, still nothing. And I'm thinking, why do I have power? If I have power from that OEM connector, the problem's got to be in the plug and play piece that U-Haul attached, and that plugs into that adapts to the 4-pin plug to my trailer. So I checked the continuity of that, and it's fine. There's power going through the wires. So I'm like, okay, then why aren't I getting power through that harness, that short plug and play harness? So I was like, well, apparently there's a bad ground wire there in the Cadillac plug. So where's the ground in the receiving connector? So I looked, I'm like, okay, ground is over here on the right. I see the ground over here on the right side of the connector. So I look at the hole that it plugs into, and the terminal that ground plug plugs into, or it was a male-female plug. The female plug, I look on the other end of that plug where the wires go in, and it's a green wire. There's green, brown, and yellow, and either white or black. Those are ground wires. So the ground wires aren't matching. The ground wire is on the opposite side of the connector, the receiving connector. So no wonder I don't have power on the other end. The connectors are backwards. The wiring is backwards. The connectors aren't. The connectors mate like they're supposed to, but the wiring is backwards. The grounds are opposite. The ground on one is on the right side of the connector. The ground on the receiving connector is on the left. So no wonder. So then I went online and I looked, okay, what harness is compatible with my vehicle? And lo and behold, there's two. The one is the one that's installed on my vehicle. That is opposite. The other one is the reverse, where the ground is where it's supposed to be. So it must have something to do with the VIN number of my vehicle, like a certain lot of my year, 2020, that was produced, used the flip-flop ground wire, and then the lot after that, certain month, uses the opposite. Hence the reason why they had two harnesses that were compatible for my year vehicle. So it was pretty easy from that point. I just need that other harness. So I went back to U-Haul and I told them, like, I discovered your problem and it's not what you told me. It's the harness you sold me. And then I explained it to him and he's like, okay. So I said, if you could give me the correct harness, we'll just do a swap one for one. And if you would absorb the extra $10 that the other harness costs, I said, I'll be happy and everything will be good to go. And they're like in agreement. Yeah, we can do that. Just give us back the one that's on your car now. And I said, give me an X-Acto knife. I'll cut the tie wrap that the Ziploc, the zip tie that's holding it up on the frame, and I'll bring it into you. So I went out there, cut the zip tie, wrapped it up, brought it in, and they looked at their shelf, their stock, and unfortunately, could you take care of that for me, Marty? Who are you, Terry? Are you somebody I know? You're coming in with your multiple um, ninja usernames, accounts. What's the no problem. Yeah, actually just leave Terry in the house. The longer he stays, the better off on my watch hours. So thank you, Terry, for supporting me. Don't forget the thumbs up, if you would, please. And if you're really nice, subscribe and yeah, give me the full package, as they call it in the YouTube world. So anyhow, they did not have the other harness in stock, and then I spent all day today. Um, yeah, generally, um, I spent all day today driving around town to the different U-Haul and AutoZones and Advanced Auto and Napa. Went to all three, four, whatever I mentioned, and nobody had the correct harness. But I went ahead and ordered it on Amazon, and it'll be here um, to Wednesday. And U-Haul went ahead and just credited the harness that they sold me, the $15 or whatever it was, back to my card. So I'll get the correct harness in. As far as I can tell, cross my fingers. But that looks like it's the obvious problem. I mean, when you don't have ground going to the other ground, then there's no ground. And the diagnosis would be you have a bad ground wire, where in reality, the ground's just fine. It just wasn't plugged into the other ground. And the other terminals were not matching. Yeah, like I said, girl, that's obviously somebody with a bunch of ninjas and yeah, that's not unusual. How many accounts do you have, girl? But there's another reason for the Filipino live chat community to have multiple accounts. And yeah, it's not nefarious. Is that the right word? Yeah. How many? Give me an idea. 15? Yeah, I don't know either, Marty. No way. Do you really have 50? Gosh. Now that means you have to have 50 email accounts, don't you? But then again, it's all you do is you just sign in with a different name and give some phony information and you can get multiple email accounts. You have 50. You see? Can you imagine? Get somebody like Girl in the Mirror, that wants to be um, painful to somebody's live stream, and she can come in for a good hour, one every minute, and be troublesome, to somebody. Yeah, I know. I know. I was explaining that. There's another reason for having multiple accounts. Yeah, they all talk the same. Yeah. A variation on the theme is all. But like I said, the more they contribute to the more time spent in the live stream. Woohoo! Three cell phones, one laptop, and a computer. So five gadgets. Do you call a laptop and a computer a gadget as well, or is it more specific to a cell phone, a gadget? Reminds me of Inspector Gadget, but they use the term gadget to signify a smartphone or a cell phone. I always wondered about that. Just cell phones? Okay. Yeah, gadget. Here's another one, Marty. Um, what do you call toothpaste in the Philippines? I already know the answer, but what do you call toothpaste in the Philippines? Girl. Starts with a C. Have you seen the movie The Thin Red Line? Yeah, I'm wondering if I've actually seen it, but I know the movie. Colgate. There you go. See? Now, in America, that's a specific type of toothpaste brand, Colgate. But it's, yes, I know. You're going to hear that. Give me some others. I already know this, being in the Filipino community. They have, yeah, they have other generic words for products. And what is another one? Give me an example, girl. Colgate. What else? Um, oh, what do you call it when you make a copy of a piece of paper? Yes. When you take a piece of paper and you make a copy of it, what is it called? Starts with an X. Make me a if you need a copy of something made, a Xerox, exactly. But they call it for everything. Make me a Xerox. Get a Xerox of that. Um, what's another one, girl? Think about it. There's more. What is it? What is it? There's many, and I'm just drawing a blank, but they just use like a generic American product to refer to, many different choices, but they use one name. Um, what's the other one? What do you call this? May not be an example, but girl, what do you call the lard? Yes, it is. Yeah, it's since World War II. um, Especially with that the products that we, I guess, influenced or sent or provided to the Filipinos. What do you call the lard? Is there a brand? The fat for cooking? Mantika. Okay, but that's not American. That's actually Filipino. But mantika is yeah, okay, that's not one. I was just trying to remember the brand they use for the lard. Yes, mantika. Yeah, or margarine. Yeah. But margarine isn't mantika, right? Do you just use margarine for butter? Or is margarine specific to the imitation butter? Which one? Imitation butter or you use it for all butter? Oh, you don't use margarine. Okay, so that's just imitation butter. or I'll wait for your answer. The word, I know you don't pronounce it. Yeah, is better. Butter is better than margarine. Butter is better. Okay, so you do differentiate butter from margarine. So do we. And it's the same. Yeah. Butter is a much better flavor than margarine. Um, what about cooking oil? What do you call the corn oil? The one you frita with, you fry. Ooh, Irish butter. Butter is better. Exactly. Just remember that. But that is the correct English for your statement. Butter is better than margarine. Okay? Oh, there's another one. Tom, what's up, bro? What's the matter, dude? Do you have a are you a like a single guy um looking for a woman? Is that why you are full of these comments? Do you need to spend time alone possibly and take care of something or what? Coconut. You use coconut oil, but there's no generic name for cooking oil. I'm trying to remember another example of like Colgate. Yeah, bald women. um, I know. Uh, what about, do you use tissue in the Philippines? Like Kleenex? How about Kleenex? Maybe he was asking a legitimate question. Vegetable oil. Okay. You do use Kleenex? So do you just call it Kleenex, not tissue? I think that was one. Because that's an actual brand of tissue is Kleenex in America. There's many brands, but I'm wondering, do you just call it Kleenex? If you need tissue, do you tell somebody, I need Kleenex? Or do you call it tissue? Oh, tissue. Okay. So it could mean, all right, that's not an example. Anyway, I was my brother-in-law, my wife's brother. We were talking about this one day, and there was like many uh, examples of using American names like Colgate for toothpaste. Yeah. Napkins in the Philippines refers to menstrual pads, right? Right. As a matter of fact, I speaking of um, speaking of that, do you know this expression, um, Marty? And I'll connect the two here after you answer the question. Do you know that expression? Without looking it up, are you already familiar with dugo ilang? Ilang when they speak English? Correct. Okay, so you're familiar. Yes, I agree. Matter of fact, I carry it in my cargo pocket in my pants everywhere I go. Those are baby wipes. Wet tissue is better than Kleenex. Yeah. Americans won't agree with you about that. We've had that conversation before. Correct. Okay. So, um, anyhow, when I always tell people, or when I see them use the word "dugo ilang" because I'm speaking English, they say, um, "Uh-oh, dugo ilang," or something to that effect. And I said, "That's okay. I have plenty of tissue." I said, I have tampons if it gets really bad, or I have maxi pads for that extreme dugo ilang. No, you don't always have wrong grammar, girl. It's just it's on occasion, and it's understandable. The Filipino, the fellow Filipinos, their own compatriots, are they're vicious about at each other about English. And I found out through chatting with them that it appears that it came from the 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 instructors at school, or it began. Yes, correct. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, the the teachers in school, I was told, and I don't know if girl had the same experience, that if you when they were going through their beginning to learn English, in elementary school, which is, taught in the Filipino schools, the teachers, some of the teachers, I was told, will actually say, if you get something wrong, an English word or an English problem wrong, they'll say that's 1 peso, and you have to pay them 1 peso. And I'm like, no way. And they're like, no. And multiple Filipinos are like, that's true. And I went, well, no wonder you guys are so self-conscious about getting English wrong. The fear of God was put in you in school. And so then it's even extended, even in a joking way or in a endearing way. I've heard it from my own brother-in-law when a fellow Filipino speaks English, and they like, oh, good English, or that's, wow, you're speaking English now. Where it's like they're real critical with each other about English. Yeah, so they're afraid to use it in front of their fellow Filipinos, because I can see they're afraid of being wrong and getting their hand slapped or paying a peso or two when they get a problem wrong or they get a word wrong. You mean they could understand it? Yeah, that could understand it, but they wouldn't speak it. Yeah, many, many, many. That's the most common response, because they're afraid they're going to use the wrong word, especially if they're in front of their family or their friends. You see, it's that peer pressure. That's the word I was looking for. My own brother-in-law, my brother-in-law here in America, um, he's got a younger brother, and he's still in the Philippines with his wife and his kids. Um, and when I first met him in 2002, when I got married there, um, it's just lack of confidence. Not only lack of confidence, but I'm telling you, ask girl. they're they're afraid of their peers, of being corrected, or having somebody say something to them that they're incorrect or they're wrong, or you know what kind of English is that, or something. And it makes more sense. It's like, no wonder they're afraid. No wonder they have lack of confidence. So, on that note, just to verify that, I went to the Philippines in 2002 for the first time, and my youngest brother-in-law, first time meeting him, and of course, the whole family is speaking English to me. Mom, it was impressive to sit at the table with mom and dad both, and super educated people, and the English was just normal for them with their Filipino accent, but their vocabulary was better than mine. But the youngest, was super shy, and the family is like kind of, especially his older brother, is kind of egging him on, like, just talk English. Come on, you can do it, but being the older brother about it. And he was so shy to talk with me. And I kind of picked up on that. And I said, we call him Panoy. His name's Eduardo. He's Eduardo the Third. Dad is original, and older brother is Eduardo the First, and Junior, Junjun. And then his younger brother is Eduardo the Third. And they call him Panoy. So I said, Panoy, I said, is that your scooter? Your motorcycle? And he's like, yeah. And I said, let's go. I want to go for a ride. He goes, yeah. And everyone's like, yeah, go ahead, give him a ride. I said, give me a tour of your neighborhood. So we went out, and my intent was to get him away from the family so I could talk to him. And as soon as I got him away from his family, he just like opened up. And he was shy still, but you could see it. He actually turned on his motorcycle, and I would ask him a question and he would turn and answer me, and his English was fine. And I just went, there it is. I just needed to get him away from his family. And even though he was still a little broken here and there, it was they speak better English than you know than you think they do, just because they're not answering you. Yeah. Yeah, that's what Girl in the Mirror is saying. They're being taught, the English. Yeah, you said your nephew and niece don't speak Tagalog when we met. Oh my gosh, you even had to go along with your nephew and niece. That's scary, especially being in the Philippines. Here, hold on a second. I gotta focus on my hand again. See if I'm. It's still not completely focused here. Hold on a second. Gosh. Is that it? I guess that's about as best I'm going to get. Still doesn't look like it's in complete focus. Maybe it is. Yeah, it's in high def, 1080. Oh well, deal with it. Yeah, I don't remember. I was reading some same or reading about that as well. It kind of went back and forth. I remember reading that back in World War II. I think it was implemented, and then they changed it as not being the first language. Tagalog was reinstituted, and then English became second language. I think it went back and forth a few times, and then Tagalog. Yeah, and don't quote me on that either, but I was reading about it as well. But either way, it's still nice. And even in school, And I ask my wife this all the time. Um, they don't teach school, elementary, high school, college in Tagalog. They teach it in English. And that's pretty impressive. Yeah, it's not allowed. Right? You can speak it amongst your peers after class, but when you're in the classroom, you speak English. Correct, girl? When you're in the classroom, you don't speak Tagalog. Yeah, English in school. Yep. Another story. Speaking of English being spoken, when I went to the Philippines last in 2018, is when I brought Lolo to the Philippines to meet his girlfriend, and actually the one that uh, didn't go through with her K-1 visa, but we were traveling together, the five of us, and when we went up to my wife's family resort up in Lambunao, Iloilo, um, we're uh, Lolo and I and others, if they wanted to come, but Lolo and I would go to church on Sundays, and we just used, our Google and search for a Baptist church in the area, and there was always one nearby. And although we were up in the mountains, up in the province, um, this time we still found one. It wasn't too far away from my wife's home, my wife's mother's hometown. And so we went to church that Sunday. We were trying to find it, and we had a little difficulty, but eventually got pointed in the right direction. And we attended this church. And when we walked into um, to the what do they call it again? Gosh, I'm like, come on, Gary. Uh, the the chapel. Um, of course, that the typical, everyone kind of turns around and looks to see who's coming in the door, and here are these two big white guys and two Filipinas and one Filipino. The five of us, all walk in, and I can see the pastor. He locks eyes on us in particular, us Kano, the Americano Kano, and he's speaking in Ilonggo, the native dialect of the area, and it's like without even missing a beat, he just like changes into English. And I was so impressed. I was like, "Oh my gosh, he's talking in English." And then after he'd like be quoting right out of the Bible, some Bible verse, and then he would say it, read it in English, and then he would translate it in Ilonggo. And from that point on, when we entered that church and sat down, the service was given in perfect English. I was like, I even commented to my older elder friend Lolo. I said, it's just like we never left home. He goes, I know, this is nice. And I went, and we're taking notes and following right along. And then afterwards, it was so cool. Gosh, the pastor and his wife, they live in the same building. They live upstairs, and they invited us to lunch and fed us, the traditional Filipino rice and sinigang and some dessert, and it was just like wonderful for free. They just fed us, and he told us, he said, You don't know how nervous I got when I saw two Connaught walk into my church. Yeah, I said, "When's the last time you spoke English?" And he was laughing. He goes, "I know." He says, "It's been a long time." And he said, "You don't know how nervous I got or how nervous you made me." And I said, "Well, you fooled me because your English was beautiful." And he's like, "Thanks, praise God. I'm glad it came out right." And I went, "No problem on my end." Mm. Well, I can't really speak Tagalog. That makes me sick. A headache. Really? Low blood. I love it. Not anymore, Marty. Yeah, I just grew away from it, I guess. As a youngster, I was my dad's best friend, and he was really into watching sports. And I grew up in Little League baseball and went to ball games, whether it was baseball or football. But yeah, when I became when was it? It was more like later, probably when I turned 40. Actually, it was like 2007-ish. From that point on, since 2007, I haven't um, totally different menu, totally different itinerary. Music, sports, it all got dropped. No, I was a San Diego Chargers fan. I'm a San Diego boy. San Diego Padres, San Diego Chargers, even San Diego Gulls. That was the hockey team back in the 70s. Didn't really become uh, a hockey fan, but I did go to a couple of San Diego Gull games. Yeah, I was a big, I thought maybe I was going to be a professional baseball player. At least that was the aspiration. And then I discovered girls and I gave up Little League baseball and when I was 13. And that was the end of that. Do you? San Diego and San Francisco. Yeah, I was in that whole it was like I followed my dad. Wherever my dad went, I was typically his sidekick, and would go to the ball games with him, or go to the bowling alley with him, or go to the wherever my dad went. I was always tagging along with him. Um, yeah, it's a huge state, though. Remember, California is like 1,300 miles, 1,100, 1,300 miles north to south. It takes up two-thirds of the eastern seaboard. um, so I was in the 70s. See, I was 13, so I was 75. In the 70s era with the San Diego Padres, San Diego Chargers, and that was kind of the emphasis of those sports, as well as let's see, boxing. My dad was a big boxing fan, so I grew up in his big, and the big names then were, of course, Muhammad Ali or Cassius Clay before he became Muhammad Ali, Even basketball, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, before he was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, was Lou Alcindor. Um, before both Muhammad or I should say, before Cassius Clay and Lou Alcindor became converted into the Muslim faith, then they became Muhammad Ali and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Um, boxing was, like I said, Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier, um, Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier. That was the heavyweights. Of course, the other names that came in after that, and then Roberto Duran. Um, uh, yeah, the other black guy. What's his name? Uh, what was he? Middleweight. Along. God, I'm forgetting his name. Yep. Yep. Um, yeah, boxing was like a. I remember even telling my dad, "You know what, Dad? I think I could be good at boxing." Um, yep. Yeah. Cincinnati Reds. That was the big names, the Hall of Famers back then. Johnny Bench, of course. What's his name at first base, and uh, Canseco, and were the other the big Reds. Oh, Joe Morgan. Um, um, what's his name? The guy at first base, the lefty. Uh, yeah, the Big Red Machine. Absolutely. That was my little league. That was my little league era, and I actually um, I was a pitcher, a prominent pitcher. Although I destroyed my arm by the time I was 13, and they don't allow those types of pitches from kids today. But then it was open market, and I was learning everything from a screwball to a sinker to a knuckleball, and threw them all. And yeah, Tony Perez, of course. Yeah, yeah. I was thinking of the first baseman. Um, he became a kind of a celebrity in his own right. Seemed like on talk show or something. What was his name? Yeah, no, I'm thinking of. Am I confusing teams? But thinking of. No, Perez. Didn't Perez play like second base or shortstop? Who was shortstop? That was good old for the. No, Mr. Hustle played outfield. Third base. Third base? Was it third base? Pete Rose? But anyways, that was the year. I was saying I molded my pitching after Tom Seaver. I read his uh, how to article in a Sports Illustrated magazine, and he actually had a photo um, depiction of his pitches, how he held his curveball, how he held his fastball, um, etc. And I thought that was the coolest thing. Did he? Pete Rose? Yeah, was it Pete Rose or didn't they reinstate his Hall of Fame status? Or somebody they reinstated even after being convicted of whatever it was, gambling or I forget what I remember hearing or reading about. Yeah, I thought they reinstated. I thought I heard something. That's why I was wondering whether they did after he died. Something. Maybe it wasn't him or but I'm going to say it was because he was the one known for being part of that racket during his years. No, he wasn't. Oh, okay. I remember Bob Barker was the catcher for the Padres. Um, I want to say Cassius Clay was a pitcher. Number 11 Enzo Hernandez at short. Um, and then whoever the other. Seemed like Cassius Clay played for the Padres at one point. No, Clay Kirby. Cassius Clay. What am I saying that for? Yeah, it's boxing. Clay Kirby was a pitcher for the Padres. He was a young Cy Young, I think, award winner. Did I say Cassius Clay? I did say Cassius Clay. Who was it? There was another guy for the Padres. I went to a triple header at the stadium. It lasted like 6 hours or something. And what was his name? He hit three grand slams in a triple header. Um, what was his name? You might even be able to Google that. Three grand slams in a triple header. What was his name for the San Diego Padres? I was there when he did it. Unbelievable. Was it two or three grand slams in a triple header? It was a black guy. Um, start with a Z. I want to say it started with a Z. What was this? Google that for me. Look up three grand slams in a triple header, 1970s, somewhere around 1974 or 5, something like that. No. Just Google that for me. It's easier for you than me. I'll end up getting kicked off this live stream. But you know what? I'm about to fall asleep here. I'm yawning too much. But I'm curious now. Who was that? What was if you say his name, I'll say that's him. Oh, I almost said it in my brain. Oh my gosh. It's right there at the tip of my tongue. Nate. Nate Colbert. It wasn't a Z. Nate Colbert. That's him. Look up Nate Colbert. Nate Colbert, Colbert, Nate, Nate Colbert. Yeah, are you? Did you take a nap, girl? I'm surprised if you haven't because that was the afternoon siesta. What was his? Does he have a history of look at a triple header, grand slams and a triple header? Nate Colbert. And what year was that? I was there. It was unreal. It was like he made history, or maybe it was two grand slams in a triple header. I know it was more than one. But yeah, which was a record that hadn't been broken since Stan Musial. He hit 5 home runs in a doubleheader. That's what it was. What year was that? What year was that? 1974, right? 75, 73, somewhere around there. That's what it was. 5 home runs in a doubleheader. Man, you see how that memory goes completely like 72. Look at that. That was my birthday's August 19th. 1972. Oh my gosh. I was 10 years old at a San Diego Padres game. Nate Colbert. He hit 5 home runs in a doubleheader. Yeah, I remember. It was a historic thing. My dad started telling me, or the word started circulating. I think the announcer on the at the game, and everybody was like on their edge of their seat waiting for him to break this record. Oh my gosh, you just read that? That's awesome. He was there when he saw Stan Musial. Wow. And then 18 years later, he proceeded to do it himself. Oh my gosh, I love those stories. Isn't that something? So he was probably like my age. He was probably 10 years old. You could probably figure out what year he saw Stan Musial um, did that, and then and look at what year he was born. Nate Colbert was born. How old was Nate Colbert when he saw Stan Musial do it? It's almost like what I saw. So it was 1954 when what? When Stan Musial hit the home runs, or when he was born? When Musial hit the home run. So, and when was Nate Colbert born? He was probably born like 38, or Colbert would have been 7 or 8. He was born 46. There you go. Yep. Isn't that something? I was 10, but I never hit 5 home runs in a doubleheader. My if you want to call it, my benchmark that I never did twice was um, I had a no hitter going until I think it was like the last inning, and I got one hit off me. I threw a one hitter, and I struck out 15 out of 18 batters, and one of those three batters got a hit off me. It's like the last inning. I struck out 15 out of 18 batters. I was 12 years old, I think, or 11 or 12. I still have the scorebook somewhere in the basement. My dad kept score. Yeah, it was 6 innings and three outs per inning. I struck out 15 out of 18 batters. It's like, dang it, and almost a double hitter. I mean, almost a no hitter. Have you? Yeah. Um, Football. I did try out for a flag football team, Pop Warner. That's what it was called in Southern California. And I did go down that route. My mom, I think, convinced me to try out, and so I tried out, and then, um, yeah, it was the end of that. I ended up pursuing baseball since I was 8. Speaking of 8 years old, 8-year old cap, 9-year old caps. I skipped minor. My dad picked me up into majors at 10, and I was being kind of looked at till I was 13 to be picked up into they called it Pony League, as a pitcher. And that was my forte, was pitching. And yeah, I would have been an invalid if I continued to throw the junk that I threw at that age. I would have been crippled by the time I was 15. Yeah. What's CTE? My cousins, 3 boys, all played football in up in Long Beach, California, and they were. I had one, Danny. He was being looked at by Ohio State until he blew out his ACL. He got both knees crunched, and that ended his career. He never played football again. Oh, chronic traumatic encephalopathy. Yeah, that's the brain injury. Yeah, that they were became headline. Yeah, yeah, I know. And they started cracking down on that because of that. You know, and not only that, but yeah, the occasional, paralyzation injuries that happened on the field. That came with the sport. I mean, any sport that is that brutal, it's yeah. Boxing. Look at boxing. Speaking of encephalopathy, whether or not that caused Muhammad Ali's, you know, demise. Yeah. Yeah, hockey. I was just thinking of that. Any sport where they're beating each other up, slamming into each other. Well, it's here. I started this live stream to talk about my prior pre-hospital emergency medical career, and I haven't spoke about it in a while now. But now you mentioned it, first thing I thought of was, I saw my share of uh, traumatic head injuries, but on a much more morbid note. But yeah, it was some of the most incredible calls I ever experienced were uh, traumatic head injuries, but on a much more traumatic note. More not survivable notes, but they were still alive when we got there. But and this is the morbid part of being in medicine. When I talk about it, so almost like it's entertaining, and it is. It's crazy. It's so, to me, it became so radical, I guess would be the best word to describe some of the experiences that I got to experience. It was just like radical, just awesome, incredible. Maybe that would be a better word. Just incredible. You know what? What the experiences I got to experience, where it would, make somebody throw up and tell me to stop talking about it. But it was just, I guess the rumor was less than 2% of the population, did what I did. And it kind of made sense because you either were able to do it or it was the end of your career. And you decided, nah, that's not for me. You thought it was, but then once you experienced what it could throw at you, some people decide, no, it's not for me. And, I was able to, rub my hands together and just couldn't wait for the next call. What's the next call gonna be like? And it was the exception. The good call, we'll call it the good call, quote unquote, was the exception in emergency medicine. And that's no lie. It's very rare that you really get to save somebody's life. Hollywood bastardizes, or the what was the word I was using before? Perverts that to the hilt. That's like people think, that's all that we experience. Oh, it must be cool saving lives. And it's like, haven't done that in years. They're like, huh? Like, yeah, well, what you see on TV isn't reality. It's the exception. Most of the time, we're just responding to homes and picking up somebody that really doesn't know what's wrong with them, nor do I, but they wanted to go to the hospital and we give them a ride from point A to point B. And that's the bread and butter of, what we do. And then every once in a while, we actually get to treat somebody that's actually having a true emergency. And then, even then, it's an emergency in their eyes. Well, here, I'm kind of alluding to something that is, most of the time it's an emergency in their eyes. But from what I know and what my skill set is, it's not an emergency. They just think it is. And it is in their eyes. And that's part of my job, is to take the emergency out of their hands and put it in mine. And now that it's in mine, it's not an emergency. But to them, they're like, oh, thank God you're here. And that's usually the case. They think it is. But when you do your assessment, you realize, okay, that needs a Band-Aid. And I'm telling an actual call. A toddler wandered into the kitchen after mom broke a glass, and she missed a piece when she swept up, and the toddler ended up crawling over it and lacerating its foot. and it was bleeding like a pig, all over the kitchen floor. Um, well, I'm speaking of a a lacerated toe, actually, as I speak. Um, but it was a toddler that lacerated its toe on a piece of glass that mom missed when she was sweeping up the kitchen after a broken glass. And again, it was bleeding, all over the kitchen floor. And mom freaked out. So she called 911 and she was beside herself, like, oh, I'm so sorry. It was, and it turned out to be a Band-Aid, you know, to stop the bleeding. Did it need some sutures? It might have, but it wasn't something that she couldn't have done or taken her child to the emergency room herself. But she was in no condition to do that at the time. So it's like, we can take them there. I say, you can take them there as well if you're comfortable doing that. And she's like, oh, no, no, no. I just got done coming off of, my heartbeat blowing out my temples. And it's like, oh, that's fine. We can give her a ride. Why don't you button your stuff up, get your stuff, get ready. And we put her on the gurney and put the baby in her lap, and then strapped them down to the gurney and put them in the back of the ambulance and gave them a ride. Did they really need advanced level life support that we provided? No. But, that's just an example of, it was an emergency in her eyes. And that's most of the time what we do is take the emergency away from them. And then that's what we do. So, but as far as a stub toe in emergency, it might be in her eyes. And we're there, and it's not uncommon for after they decompress and we're there for a little bit, to calm them down and make them realize, okay, here's what really happened, that baby's going to be fine, or the stub toe is going to be fine. But if you want to go to the emergency room, here's two options. Do you have any family members here? Or how about a neighbor? Do you got a neighbor that, if you don't feel comfortable doing it yourself? And we'll try to go that route to save them some money, And if they're still not comfortable doing it, it's like, we'll give you a ride, not a problem. That's what we're here for. But, it wasn't uncommon for me to think, okay, what would I do for me? Or we were always told, treat them just as we would our own family, my own mother or father, my own brother or sister. What would I say to them? And so you try to, do that for them, as opposed to running up a, $1,300 paramedic bill. Yeah, that was then, the typical bill for a basic life support, a basic EMT, a non-emergent, ambulance to take you to the hospital was like $500. For an ALS ambulance, a paramedic level ambulance, you're looking at like $1,300 to $1,500. And then if you got insurance, of course, but it's just, that was like the going rate, at least in the late 90s, 80s to 2000, 2008. Actually, it was 93 is when I became a paramedic, until 2008. Yeah, sometimes we just responded to an elderly lady that was she was lonely. And she was starting to kind of have a little bit of an anxiety attack about, they call it that, being scared of being alone. And she was by herself in her trailer park. And when we get there, there was nothing, medically, well, nothing emergent wrong with her. She was just lonely. And she sat there and held my hand, just held my hand, both hands, leaning right up against me, and just was glad that I was there. And we just sat there and she held me until we could talk to her and figure out who could we get over here to be with her so she wasn't alone. Those are actually rewarding calls. It's like so different, but you got somebody clinging, you know, super hard against you and realizing, okay, there's something going on. What do you do about that? Does she need an emergency room? No. And then, like I said, every once in a while, um, what we dealt with the most is what life does to most people. And life doesn't do it to young people. Life does it to older people. So the majority of sick people that we responded on were elderly people. And that goes hand in hand. That's what life does to us. You suffer from, you know, entropy, and it's inevitable. No, we didn't evolve, people. Please. we're we're not going, nor did we ever go that route. Everything is from the beginning. Oh my gosh. What do they say? It takes more faith to believe in evolution than it does to believe in creation. Like, just doesn't. It's like common sense. Like, really? Nor did we become from monkeys. Oh my Lord. But yeah, every once in a while. And then there's kind of the in-between calls where person, I guess we didn't really save their life. Yeah, but we did come from fish monkeys. The ones that you put in you bought in a pack in the store and you put it in water and they swelled up and they started swimming. I was going to say every once in a while, or more than every once in a while, we would run on people that were having I guess you call it an emergency. Yeah, well, I'm trying to think. It's if we didn't treat them and the condition they were in, was left untreated, yeah, they definitely had a potential of not doing well. But that's what I was getting at. What we do the most is make a difference more than save a life. We make a difference. That's the best way of putting it. And sometimes uh, those exceptions, where we're actually running on we'll call it a critical call, like a CPR in progress or a non-breathing patient or, somebody without a heartbeat, they don't do well. People that aren't breathing and or have a heartbeat or both, they don't survive. We call that practicing medicine. We literally get to practice on them because they're we're just practicing our skills because they don't meet the criteria of being obviously dead yet. And if they don't meet that criteria, we are we are committed to provide care for that person. So it's like Okay, guys, we know what to do. Firefighters start CPR. While they're starting CPR, we're starting to start an IV. And if someone's getting them on the monitor and somebody's trying to intubate them and put a tube in their trachea because they're not breathing and they don't have a heart rate. So the firefighters are there compressing cracking their ribs and their sternum to crunch their heart between the sternum and their spine. You think that's good for the internals of a body? It's like the percentage of CPR in progress that survive. Oh my gosh, I don't know if I could come up with a number that small. Yeah, that's cool. Organ donors. Yeah, it's definitely made a difference in uh, people's lives, whether it's a heart, a kidney, a lung, an eyeball, skin. I've got cadaver bones in my neck. I've got a dead person's um, discs, cervical discs in my neck right now between C4, 5, 5, 6, and 6, 7. I told you about the incision in the front of my neck where the ACDF was performed. It's called an anterior cervical disc fusion. They went in through the front of my neck, moved all my anatomy aside, and went all the way back to the back of my neck and replaced the discs in those levels that I already mentioned using a dead person's bone. So I'm a recipient. Thank you, whoever you were. They're dead. They're dead. The question is, where's your soul going to end up when you leave this earth? I already know what's going to happen to my flesh, where everyone else's flesh ends up. Inevitably. Not organ donors, but bodies being donated for medical research. Oh, well, I've been there and uh, did that, practiced my paramedic procedures on frozen bodies right out of a morgue casket. Been there, done that. That's how we learned what we know today, whether it's on animals or human bodies. We got to do it somehow. Yeah, here's a story for you. I got hired to be a flight medic out of a yeah. Um, we'll talk about that more on another um, live stream about the soul. But I got a job as a flight paramedic in California. I was flying on fixed wing Cessna and Mitsubishi turboprop, and we were just providing long distance transport for injured or sick Americans in foreign countries or on the other side of the United States needing to get back to their hometown or down into Mexico or wherever, Canada, other countries. Um, and in preparation for that, some of the continuing education that was required was to perform, what was it we were learning? I think we did needle decompression for pneumothoraxes, that's air outside the lung, and or intubating. We were intubating um, on cadavers, and they brought out a frozen. Actually, they tried to thaw them out. Here's the morbid part of medicine, but it's the truth. They they tried to schedule it so that the body was nice and thawed out before we practice on them. It's kind of hard to be working on a frozen body. Um, and uh, the 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 cadaver wasn't quite thawed out enough when we got there. So I remember the whoever the attendant was, it's like, hold on, I can kind of fix that for you. He's like, he took the person's mouth, his jaw, and he's like, and trying to stretch it open. It sounds so morbid, but like I can help with that. I think he's pretty thought out, but I can get his mouth open, and we're all turning our heads, going, "Oh my god, what's he doing?" But that's a true story. Yeah. So we got to play on these cadaver bodies that donated their bodies to science. Yeah, hey, on that note, I'm going to end it, and this will be a subject that we can talk about later. But on the subject of even science doesn't deny that there's a soul within us. Um, here's what I don't know if I've ever got to. I think you've been in the live stream when we're talking about the Word of God. I think Marty a little bit, or anyhow, um, the the 17 years when I first started actually, I was involved in a program that had a curriculum to study. In the beginning, God created. Um, in those 17 years, the bottom line, the conclusion that I came to was, do regular medical surgeons perform autopsies, or is that a separate thing? No, as far as I know, the morgue. I don't know what their title is in the morgue. They've got to be some type of, I don't know what, you have to Google that. What's the title of the mortician? What are they trained in? What is their degree? They're the ones that do the autopsies. But I was saying, the conclusion that I came to when I decided to accept that if in the beginning God created, what would you expect to find from a science standpoint? I've mentioned this before, but I'm not going to go into detail, but I'll just end it at this. When I decided to accept that in the beginning God created, number one, that's the very first verse in the Bible, Genesis 1:1. What would I expect to find in the fields of, I'm looking for the page because it mentions them all, and I'll miss one. When it comes to, I'll just say it again. If in the beginning God created, yeah, pathologist, what would I expect to find in the fields of geology, biology, genetics, medicine, paleontology, chemistry, biochemistry, physics, astrophysics, and astronomy? Of course, I'm not a scientist in any of those fields of science, but so I would have to rely on somebody that's doing research, a scientist that's doing research in those particular fields of science, and read their journals, um, and their findings and their articles. Of course, you would, as a student, like I was and still am, um, you would read their material, their findings, and then you would come to a conclusion, as to what sounds the most feasible. Does that sound, what sounds more correct? And I found that creation made the most sense, overwhelmingly convincing that if in the beginning God created, that these findings in these fields of science made overwhelming, convincing sense. Period. Without a doubt. And that began my quest to relearn everything that I've been taught in those fields of science, in those fields, from all the schooling that I've been taught. Everything. And it's just overwhelming. Without a doubt. And then people say, oh, well, what about, when Jonah was swallowed by the whale, and, they bring up all these other things. And my answer is, I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. Do I need to have an answer? Does anybody need to have an answer for those questions that are the exception to the evidences that I've been studying for 17 years? It's people always want to throw exceptions at you and say, oh, well, what about when Darwin discovered the finches with the different sized bills? And it's like, you know what? I got an explanation for that one, and it's actually quite simple. They always try to, throw those like exceptions. What about those that are born with both sexes? What gender are they? Seriously? Come on. There's only two people. God. It's called a penis and a vagina. What is so hard? People want to, that's the problem. They want to create their own agenda, their own God, their own belief, their own stinking thinking, as we call it. And how much stinking thinking is out there? How many human beings can come up? How much stink can they think? And the answer is endless. There is. There's an overwhelmingly definitive answer to those questions. It's overwhelmingly convincing. And that's where I'll leave it. We'll talk about it more. I think I understood that answer. There most definitely is a definitive answer. Yep. And it all goes back to the question, is there a possibility that you could be wrong about anything you know? Yep. There's only one correct answer for that. So there's only one there's only one reason we know anything. Yeah. Oh, about the whale. Yeah, yeah. You know what? I actually, and I apologize, Marty. Um, when I went back and reread it and tried to put it in the context in which you were, that it could have been used in, and I thought of the whale. I did, and I thought I should probably ask him, and then you answered, and I was like, okay. And I apologize. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, again, I actually was in a conversation recently. A guy in a climbing gym, a indoor rock climbing gym I visited in the recent past, and I got to start to share, God's word with this worker. He was a route setter in the gym, and he was receptive, thank God, and was just listening to me. And we got to that question, like, do you really need to? I mean, do you really have to know the answer to a question such as Jonah, in order to be convinced of something? It's like if I dug far enough, into a pastor's of a church, life, would I find fault? Of course I would. So does that mean he can't be a man of God because of that? It's like, seriously, the bottom line is they're just, and I'm talking about myself at one point, I'm just looking for a reason to not believe. And if I can come up with just one example, then that's enough you know, to argue with somebody. And so be it. The bottom line is there's only two beliefs in this world. It's those, or religions in this world. It's those that believe and those that don't. And it's okay, because that's not my job to convince you. It's my job to just share with you my my testimony and what I've been through. And that alone, a testimony touches, is when people listen, because they're going through something in their life that you experienced, that you just expressed. And it's almost as if I'm talking their life to them. And I don't know how many times I've had people walk up to me and say, God, I'm so appreciate you, sharing that today. And sometimes I don't even remember what I said. And I'm like, yeah, no problem. I'm glad I had an opportunity to share it today. And that's just an example. There's somebody listening. There's somebody wanting to hear somebody like you, and then they become that one person that just wants to know. So what was it that, opened your eyes, or what brought you to this point? And then they open the door for you. And then you get to say, here's my story. And that's it. That's what you're looking for. You're just out there to share the truth. That's right. That's it. And then, but it is my job to share the truth with them. And then the rest is in God's hands. It's like my family members, they're not there yet. Yeah, my mom's reaching the end of her life, and I always think frequently, about when that day comes when I get the word my mom died. And um, I know how it was with my dad, and it was, unforeseen emotions that just don't even know where they came from. I was like, you couldn't even anticipate. And I think to this day, is there going to be an opportunity for me to talk with my mom, before she takes her last breath? I've tried before in the past, and it was just tugging at the heartstrings like never before, and tears, and she didn't want to hear it. She told me to stop, and but I always think about it. Am I going to be able to talk again to my mom, to share the truth with her, and what's it going to be like if I get a chance to do that? Where's it going to be? I think about that. No, my dad died in 2017. My mom is in her early 80s in San Diego as we speak, San Diego County. Uh, my older brother, he's 3 years older than me, 65, and he's in San Diego County as well, North San Diego County. And then my sister's in San Diego as well. My eldest sister. There's four of us, boy, girl, my youngest sister. And my youngest sister's in Oregon. Mom's in California, so I'm like 3,000 miles away from her. So to say I visit her often, the answer would be no, because of distance. Um, yeah, actually, I was just talking with my wife recently about just going back there, to visit again. Um, you know what? You know what is the hardest thing for me, Marty? I said I was done with my live stream, but it's okay. The hardest thing for me, and I know this going into it, um, here's the speed bump that I run into most of the time that I go back there. And it's discouraging because I don't want it to be this way. And again, I know this going into it, but as if, and I ask myself, how can I prevent this from happening? The friction or, the misunderstandings. And yeah, she was very young. She was much younger than you when she had my brother. She wasn't even 16 years old yet when she had my brother. Yeah, that's okay. Let's see, wait, was she 16? Basically, she was 16 years old when she had my brother. So yeah, super young. Yeah, 65 plus 15 equals 80. I think she's 81. Um, anyway, here's the dilemma the last time, for example, was a good example, is when I go to California, typically I stay with one of my family members, my brother, my sister, or my mom. And they're all wonderful places to stay. I mean, my sister's is the higher end of because she's has the most money in the family, and so her accommodations are like at the higher end. Um, so that's like the most comfortable. They're all comfortable, but anyways, you know what I mean. And but when I'm with my brothers and sisters, I just want to be their brother, which of course we naturally just like go into, you know, the
They're razzing each other, just that normal, your brothers. And so I spent, most of my childhood with my brother in the same bedroom. And my sisters did the same. They had their own room. So, that's just normal. And my brother and I are a kick when we get together, laughter, just saying stuff, one-liners, and puts us in stitches. And, it's awesome. And we share fishing, same. And so we go out together and, do that. Now here's what happens is because of what I know now, the overwhelming, convincing worldview. In the beginning, God created worldview. Because I've been in that worldview for as long as I have, it's it. I don't even have to think about it. It just naturally comes out of my mouth. It's not a conscious effort of having to think about it. It just, conversation goes that way and brings out thoughts down that road. And we call it, the door gets opened frequently for me to share something regarding a creation worldview. And it is, to me, it's like gold. Oh my gosh, you got to check this out. You got to hear this. I'm thinking of my brother. His name's Lanny. Lanny, you got to hear this. Check this out. I was reading an article the other day. You see where I'm going? And as soon as I do, it's like a brick wall gets formed. And between him and I, he doesn't want to go there. And it's like, gosh, it's too late at that point. And it's like, no, but just listen. Yeah, it's okay. I just want to share. Just hear me out. No, it's not what you think. And and that's what happened the last time I was there. Over dinner at a Chinese restaurant. And he thought, I'm going there. Don't go there, Gary. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I just want to talk to my brother. He would, to me, I'm thinking, he would be a sponge and just absorb this information. It's something he doesn't know. But I found out otherwise, contrary wise. You got to hear this, bro. This makes all the sense in the world. Just hear me out. And next thing you know, we're doing this at the restaurant. And he's an alcoholic, and that just adds to and then it's like the conversation's lost at that point. And then he starts embarrassing me in the restaurant. And I have to get away from that. So I get up and I walk out the restaurant just so that everyone isn't staring at us. And then I get a text message on my phone saying, while you're out there, you might as well get your stuff out of my house and leave. What? And it's just, that's why I say I dream of a day that I can sit down at the dinner table with my own brother. I'm pointing right over at the dinner table with my own family member and just open up the Bible and talk about it. Just openly and share and be on the same page, and everybody is able to compare notes. When I moved out of my mom's home, is that what you mean? Like as a kid? Interesting you asked that, but let me make sure that's the question you're asking. Like when I moved out, that's an expression like when you're leaving the house and you move away from your mom and dad. Is that what you meant, Falco? Right. um, it was kind of a, yeah, it was a, mine was kind of a unique story, different than my brother and different than my sisters. It's because of a divorce my mom and dad were going through. Um, there was there was friction kind of starting at about that age, 16, 17, 18, 16, 17, I'm going to say, where, all of us kids knew that mom and dad were having issues, and the the fights and the yelling were starting to increase, and the door behind closed doors, and and everything that kids do to listen in on, through the walls and the doors at what mom and dad are doing in the bedroom, and the way dad, yeah, was coming home after work and knowing not when to be home when dad came home because of the behavior that we experienced, and my brother used to tell me, Gary, you need to get out of the house at this particular time because dad's going to come home. And, it was like a horrible time when we all knew that something bad was developing between mom and dad. And so, again, it was around that age, 16, 17. But, and mom started not being in the house when dad was, and vice versa. And so we all, brother was starting to date some girl and now living out on his own. He's already, out of high school. And so he's 19, 20, living on his own in an apartment. And then my sister is, my eldest sister, I think, was with her boyfriend or something. And she was kind of in and out of the house and not around. And my dad was moved out, and my younger sister was with him, and mom was moved out, and I was kind of like all by myself in the house. And the word was that mom and dad were going to sell the house, and I'm thinking, where am I going to go? But for now, I'm still in the house by myself, and I literally was alone in the house that I grew up in the same bedroom, by myself. All the rooms were empty. Living room was empty. Everything was empty. Actually, the furniture was starting to, no, the furniture was still there. And then I found who eventually became my first wife, and she was going through something at her house with her mom. And so I said, no, don't move in with 6 other people in this two bedroom apartment. I've got, the house is empty over here at my house. Why don't you come live with me? So of course that was, much preferred on her part. So she was at the house for a short time. And then, so I was actually paying rent, minimal, to my mom and dad. I think it was just their opportunity to provide some responsibilities for me, start paying some bills. So I was paying, a ridiculously cheap amount per month. And then, and I had a full-time job. And then the word was mom and dad's not going to sell the house. They're going to rent it. But your parents seem very selfish. They left you all alone as a 16-year-old kid. No. I was older at this point. This is when no. You can't go down that route. And that was, no, I think I was 19 when I was actually alone. But when it all began, when that mom and dad started having issues with each other, it's around 16, 17. But yeah, when I ended up by myself in the house, I was 19 and, working full time, had my own vehicle. I was pretty independent. But the cheapest option at the time was still at mom and dad's house. And then they weren't going to sell the house. They were going to rent it. So it's like, oh, you guys moving in? I asked my brother, him and his wife. And he's like, yeah, dad and mom's going to rent it to us. And if you want, you can stay at the house and just continue paying what you're paying to us. And I went, yeah, it'll work, $125 a month. So I was like, cha-ching. So that's what I did. And they paid the balance of the rent. And us three lived at the house. Well, then eventually, like I said, my first wife moved in, and then we decided to get an apartment of our own. So we found an apartment, kind of did things backwards. And then eventually I asked her to marry me, and we got married. Actually, she got pregnant, and yeah, imagine that. Can't figure out how that happened. And then it was, yeah, we did everything backwards. And then we got married, and we were the first to provide a grandchild to my mom and dad. Yeah, at 22 years old. So yeah, don't do that. As I told my other children, wait to 30 if you can. Yeah. So, yeah. So that was my story. So I guess like officially I was 19-ish, 20 when I officially moved out of the house. Yes, I was 22 years old. Yeah, don't do that, Marty. Please. Don't do it, bro. Actually, you know what? I was yeah, we got married in September. And I turned September gosh, what was I forget my anniversary, my first anniversary. September 11th or September 10th. 1984. I was 22 years old. I had just turned 22. I was 21, and then I turned 22 in August, and we got married in September. And then I became a daddy in November. Yeah, it wasn't, it just, well, you know what, I don't regret the result, of having my eldest son, of course. But it was too much too soon. A 22-year-old kid shouldn't be taking on the responsibility and the emotions and yeah, all of the above. at 22 years old. It's just, it's over, you know, it was overwhelming. And I didn't know what I was doing. I made rash decisions and was relying on just blank memories that just weren't there. I should say blank areas in my brain I didn't even know where to pull from, you know, to take care of what the position I put myself in. And so I was relying on just like, you know, voices, mom and dad, you know, saying things in the distant past, the right thing to do. Here's what, you know, and I wasn't, it, just 22 years old. Yeah, that's it. You know, I, on that note of, you know, maybe people back then were much more mature. I kind of had a conversation. I never really thought of it that way, but that might be, or we just knew differently. You know, the knowledge base was about something different, going a little bit down a different avenue, where the knowledge base now is focused on something different than what my focus was back then, because I didn't have, you know, what we have today as far as technology. So on that note, you know, to go on a backpacking trip, you know, for 10 days up in the Sierra Nevadas, you know, at above 12,000 feet, at 15 years old and 16 years old, two 15-year-olds and a 16-year-old. I think about that today and I'm like, oh my gosh. Can you imagine? Can I imagine as a dad letting my son go at 15, 16 years old for 10 days, carrying a 55-pound backpack up in the Sierra Nevadas to do a 60-mile loop? I'm like, oh my gosh, what did my mom let me do back then? What the? So were we more mature? I don't know about that. I just wasn't involved in the same things. I was involved in different things. And it was doable. At least we thought. The 16-year-old, that was the eldest of the trio, thought it was possible. So he was the leader, and us two 15-year-olds followed him, another 16-year-old, for 10 days in the Sierra Nevadas, off trail for 6 of those 10 days, meaning by map and compass, by topographic map and compass. And then the other 4 days were on the John Muir Trail, the Pacific Crest Trail, the PCT. But it was wild. I mean, I think about that and it's like, my gosh, what did we do? You know, what did we get ourselves into? But we completed it. It was miserable. Oh my gosh. And then to sit down in front of your, or to find out that you know, you got your girlfriend pregnant. What do you do? You think I was spinning when that happened? Oh my gosh. What's the right thing to do? You know, obviously I don't know because I got her pregnant. And now I'm supposed to be figuring out the right thing to do. It's like, uh, Yeah, I knew what I was doing. Right. I was more mature back then. Yeah. Yeah, I was. Oh my gosh. You think about peeing your pants, sitting in front of her mother and father, not only telling them that their daughter's pregnant, but that they're going to be a grandma and grandfather. Put yourself in my shoes. Unbelievable. Yeah, times were different, all right. Oh my gosh. You would put me back in that moment, Marty. Oh my Lord. Don't do that. Holy God. No. It was the worst. But after that, of course, blows over. And then you start kind of, I don't know, things start happening. And you've got all of a sudden, different support that you never knew was even available. And then, it's like it just happens. And then things start to work out and everybody's happy. And you don't think my mom was ecstatic to be a grandmother, and my grandmother being a great grandmother for the very first time in the whole family. We were the first to produce, you know, grandchildren and great grandchildren. Anyhow, yeah, I got to get out of here. She was from Bangkok, Thailand. I thought I told you, Marty. I thought I told you before that I met an Asian girl before I met the Filipina. You might have a memory now of me mentioning that. Bangkok, and I went to Chiang Mai. Remember, and I ended up in Kathmandu, Nepal. I thought I told you that. Yeah. Mm. Anyway, but I know I'm waiting for your other comments. Didn't I talk about going to Kathmandu, Nepal after going to Bangkok, Thailand, and visiting Chiang Mai by train? Um, I thought I talked to you about the international. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's okay. Yeah, that was and my first kids, my children are Asian American. Did I show you? See if I can. I'm not on a laptop. It'd be so much easier. Um, but you know what I'll do? I'll try to upload their pictures onto this StreamYard platform, and then I can show you much easier once I've uploaded them. But to do it through this Xbox, it's hit and miss. So I'll show you how, and not just because I'm her dad, but the mix that she got from her mom is like, wow. She's really, really, really pretty. Oh, you know what? You know what? Hold on a second. Hold on one quick second. Yeah, well, actually, I'll wait. But exactly what you um here, just a quick story to leave on. When I first met her, I met her in my workplace. I worked for General Dynamics Electronics back in the 80s, 90s, and she was working on an assembly floor. And that was the first time I ever even got attracted to an Asian girl. They're all American, uh, redhead brunettes or blondes, in school. Surfer babes, coming from the beach kind of scene. And then I ran into this Asian girl, and I like turned my head immediately, like, holy moly, what is, you know, who is she? So, um, she told me when we were dating, and it was kind of one of those like dope moments where did she really just say that? And she said, if we ever had kids, our children would be beautiful. And that's when I was like, whoa. Did she just say that? And she's like, no, really, look. And she got a magazine, a calendar, a Thai calendar with the Thai actors and actresses, and a lot of them are Asian American mix. And she showed me pictures, and I'm like, whoa! I could see it. It's like beautiful, just absolutely like that perfect mix. The nose, the pointy nose like mine, and the more flat, nose of the Asian, and that in between kind of button nose they end up with, and just really gorgeous mix. Of course, they're movie stars and men and women, but like the cream of the crop, I guess you could say. But then she was absolutely right, even then, and who knew that we were going to get married, and well, what would happen happened. And then we would get married and had two children. And yeah, both my son and my daughter, have that really pretty, uh, you know, dark hair, dark eyes, dark eyebrows, the olive skin. But they got my big head, you know, long head, long forehead. Yeah. My, and these this isn't um, like something to brag about, but just the truth is, uh, my daughter now today owns her own business, and it even blows me away that she's doing as well as she is. Her and her husband are doing exceptionally well down in Florida, and she's got her own cosmetology business, and she's making the big bucks. And um, but before that, who would have known? I wouldn't have, because I never really molded her to go down a business path. I did. It wasn't in my thinking. Medicine was, but that was later on in my life. Emergency medicine, and that's really not even a profession to. Well, maybe it is today. It's really not a moneymaker. Um, so, and her mother, was a daycare provider, and so she kind of had a knack for small business, I guess, but not, anything more than that. And then, to see what my daughter's doing today, um, pretty much blows me away that, who would have known that she would be a small business owner and do as well as she's doing. But before that, she was a Hooters girl. And that's no kidding, right here in Atlantic City. And so just to kind of give you a um, uh, view of what my daughter might look like, but she's got the Asian height, and that so she wasn't able to pursue like modeling. She wasn't tall and had the exceptional height. She's got the typical 5 foot 4 inch. I think that's about how tall she is, if that. 5'3". Yeah, and but she got her mom's assets literally. Her mom was a gorgeous, beautiful Thai girl. What was I doing? I mean, what was I thinking? Yeah, it occasionally, re-enters my memory, and yeah, it was a sad chapter of my life. Really was. Yeah. Broken. All right, girl. Bye. See you Wednesday. Thank you, girl in the mirror. She actually did some calendar shoots when she was working for Hooters. I think she's got some. I've got some pictures in my Google Photos. Maybe I can share. She's 36 now. 36. 36 and still beautiful. Heavier than she used to be. I always give her heck about that. She's like, "Oh, knock it off, Dad." I know, I know. Like, what happened? Stop eating that good food. And of course, my wife now, she's like, leave her alone. And what about it? uh, I do. Yep, 3. Boy, girl, boy. And we tried to have another one, but God didn't give it to us. So yeah, just one boy for my wife. He's 19 and he started his second year at college. He's pursuing physician assistant. So that's kind of cool. I'm living vicariously through him. That's what I wanted to do, or I had visions of doing one day after being a paramedic. But life events took me to Iraq. Well, how cool. Just remember it's about him, it's about our maker first and foremost, and about your wife. I'm pointing at your whoever your wife ends up being. Just remember it's going to be her wedding. Yes, you're going to be the groom, and there is a purpose. Yeah, there's a there's a study I did on that just like opened up, and we'll talk about that another time, but about the groom and the bride. It's just like OMG. I got a picture of that I never knew, never even saw how that groom and bride, the whole purpose, the whole meaning behind that is just like, wow. And it all makes sense. Overwhelmingly convincing. It all makes sense. Yeah, it's awesome. Wow factor. Yeah. Yeah, me too, Marty. I got to get out of here. Way too late, brother. See you guys. As you were, Marty. I'm not wearing a hat this time. Later.